Okay. Pause up if you're ready.
I think we're on.
We're on.
Okay. Hi everybody, welcome to Geas's Welcome Week one-shot stream. I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves, but for those of you who don't know me, I'm Robin and I'm this year's president. I'm doing an MA in English and Scottish Literature and I am in my 4th year. And then I'll go down the line of who I can see. Let's go to Vivek.
Hi everyone, my name is Vivek. I'm the Quality and Wellbeing Officer and I'm also finishing up a PhD in English Literature. Amy, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. I'm Amy. I am in my master's now in criminology and criminal justice, and I'm also the treasurer for Geas. Emily, do you want to go next?
Hello, I am Emily. I am the legacy advisor for Geas, and I am now in my 1st year for music therapy masters. And Alan.
Hey, I'm Alan. I'm not a student, haven't been for a while, but I've been in Geas for a very long time. I'm currently the webmaster and have been for a while because it seems to be one of those places you can go and hide. Robin.
So for those of you who don't know what tabletop RPGs are, it's kind of like collaborative storytelling. So what you do is you have a game master, in our case we have Alan, and they come up with the storyline and the setting, and then we all create characters and we collaboratively tell the story using dice to decide how successful we are in whatever actions we decide that our characters would do in certain situations. If you want to get more into gaming, we have Welcome Week one-shots on Saturday, the 19th of September at 6 p.m. on our Discord. And we are starting long-term campaigns on Wednesday, the 23rd of September at 6 p.m. on our Discord also. And we have 2 slots on Sunday, the 27th of September, starting at 1 p.m. and then again at 6 p.m. Come play a game or maybe even pitch your own. If you would rather GM, you can totally do that. Just fill in one of our forms on our website and we can set that up for you. We've moved online, so everything is mostly done through our Discord. I believe there's a link in the description below, but if you go to our website, geas.org.uk/Discord, it will send you an invite link. This stream is just a demo game, so you can see what tabletop role-playing is about. You can get to know some of our committee members and maybe meet some people in the chat or on our Discord. You can join in the chat, like I just said, and get to know each other. We are raising money for a charity called Geas, which helps people suffering or recovering from cancer, or people who need some support with their families that are going through cancer as well. You don't have to donate, but if you feel like you are able to, you can I think there's a button, you can hit the button and you can donate, and we will collect all the donations and give them to Geas after the stream. And now I'm going to pass it on to Alan so he can introduce to you guys what the game is about. Sorry, that was a lot of stuff.
That's totally fine. Thank you, Robin. This game is a bit of an experiment. It's cyberpunk with a bit of a twist. I'll just start with a bit of a sort of intro. Picture a huge city of chrome and neon, busy and chaotic, crowded and polluted. Great towers of glass and steel filled with people and computers, all run by corporations unleashed from any rule of law, conducting a brutal fight for survival, spying on each other, infiltrating each other, stealing and sabotaging each other's plans, all done by operatives enhanced with circuits and chrome, better, faster, stronger than any human can be. We zero in on one building, a warehouse laboratory surrounded by security, a secret program to produce even better operatives, smarter, more devious, more vicious. This game is based on The Sprawl by Hamish Cameron and its excellent Cyberkittens, Project Bakanoko edition by Dana Cameron. In order to keep it simple for a one-shot, we're ditching the usual Powered by the Apocalypse rules by Vincent Baker and instead using rules lifted from Lasers and Feelings by John Harper. I'll go through them when we actually need them. In turn, those are based on the groundbreaking Trollbabe by Ron Edwards. Have I name dropped enough in the authors yet? So we've got our city, and it's a dark place, chrome and neon. In this warehouse, we zoom in to a sleek corporate office, the gleaming chrome and glass, oddly interrupted by a towering and well-occupied cat tree. Dr. Tabitha Perina, head of the cyber research division of what was once a rocket company, Vertical Exploration Technologies, VET for short. She confers with her underlings, a sleek Siamese curled purring round her neck, as the final arrangements are made for a critical event. The first field mission for their greatest creations, a triumph for her company and vindication of years of work. From a file of dossiers, 4 are finally chosen. Holograms hovering above details of medical records and cybernetic enhancements. What better for this dog-eat-dog world than Cyberkittens? So, introductions, please. Order on my screen. Can we start with Vivek, with your cat?
So as we start, so as you look around, you notice that perched on top of a massive shelving unit with like server dongles hanging everywhere, you see a cat who appears to be purple, purple with stripes. It's dark purple with light purple stripes, who fades in and out of view every now and then. And he starts fading from the tail, then the rest of his body, all the way down to his head. The only thing visible is his chrome grin, as Project Cheshire, the party's infiltrator, grins back at you, realizes that his jowls are his grin is still visible, so folds his jowls over his teeth, and then climbs down and then fades back into view and basically just starts hissing. Project Cheshire is the party's infiltrator. His whole thing is stealth and just about enough deflection and social manipulation to talk through the door, but don't rely on him to be friendly. He has a bit of a violent streak, and he gets really confused by doors.
Doors, the nemesis of cats everywhere. And Amy with Louis Perot.
Okay, so as the camera pans over to another of these files, you see sort of a tiny blob would be the best descriptor, with 2 little ears perking up and folded under a classic fedora sort of detective style hat. This is Louis Perot, who would pride himself as being an investigator, not to be mixed up with any human journalist of a similar sounding name. It is purely coincidental. Louis Perot is his own man and cat. Although looking perhaps more cat than cyber, occasionally you'll catch things. An eye that shutters like a camera, or the fact that his ears will turn almost 360, letting off little pings here and then. He's quite soft and vulnerable to scritches, that's for sure, but he'll do whatever it takes to get that good story on the front page.
And Robin, do you want to introduce Schrödinger?
So, Schrödinger is, well, he was at one point a Sphinx cat, a grey Sphinx cat, until he was hit by a car and presumed dead. He was taken to the facility and he was brought back to life with cybernetic enhancements, and they dubbed him Schrödinger because they didn't know if he was going to be alive or dead by the end of the enhancements. He is a hacker. He has a tail that's made up of loads of different cords all twisted together. So any outlet you have, he's got it. He can plug himself right into the matrix. And he is very vulnerable to knocking things off of tables and ledges. And he has been known to curl up and fall asleep on keyboards. And that's about it. That's all you need to know.
And Emily, about the Terminator.
You will hear the Terminator before you see him, as you'll hear his metal paws thumping against the ground. And when you turn around to look at him, you see the chonkiest robot you have potentially ever seen in your life. The Terminator used to be a stray cat going by the name Big Tuna. He was sort of quite high up in his little stray cat gang, but was taken in rather against his will by this laboratory. Unfortunately, his mange was so bad that they basically just, all of his hair has fallen out, so they just replaced it with metal armor, which they kept having to replace because despite being well looked after now, he was still in the same stray mentality of eat whatever food you find. So they did consistently have to take off and reapply bigger armor, but at one point just kind of gave up. So his metal skin's a bit warped from growth and tear. He's not the friendliest cat, which you get the impression not only from the armor, but from the very large, constantly, slowly waving whip tail that he has, which kind of independently waves each kind of little, is it called a cat? It's called a cat tail whip. Each little one will kind of move independently until he chooses to strike with it. He's very intimidating. But deep down in there, he does if there are a few people he care about, but the cats he does care about, he will protect with every single claw and whip attached to him. And he is the fixer. I feel like I should say that. If you need something done, he knows a cat that knows a cat that knows a cat.
And thus we have our field operatives, this elite teams prepared and sent on their secret, devious mission. Our action starts with an anonymous van idling in city traffic, heading towards the gleaming steel tower of its target corporation. The brakes on the creaking, rusting city maintenance truck on the crossroad finally give up. The van jolts and tumbles, thrown off the road, its precious cargo tumbling in all directions, plastic cages bouncing loose, hated cybernetic control system crushed, sparking its final lights dying, flames slowly spreading. Now is your chance to escape, to rescue your fellow cats for revenge and maybe freedom. What do? You're in an upside down burning van, still stuck in your cat cages.
So Project Cheshire is going to fade into view and is just going to mutter, but meow, which other cats will understand as, well, it doesn't really matter where we're going, since we're already lost, and start gnawing at the lock on the cage to try and break it open.
Cool. I'm going to make you roll for that, which sounds like a great time to introduce the rules. So Lasers and Feelings is an extremely simple system. I've stolen it and rebadged it slightly. So in this game, you have two stats for all of your Cyberkittens. One of them is Cyber, and the other is Kitten. To do anything, you roll a dice. In our case, we're using D12. So someone got a D12 handy to present. Woo! There we go, dice. And you always roll one dice, but if you have a relevant skill or move, that is the things that make you special, and we've purloined them from the Sprawl, you get to roll a second dice. And if any of your equipment, your cybernetic modifications, or the environment around you is particularly helpful, you get a third dice. And you can, in some cases, wrangle a fourth if someone else has basically set this up for you and you're capitalizing on something someone else prepared. So with that piece of bureaucracy out of the way, Project Cheshire, do you want to roll cat to try and chew your way through those? Oh, you've got steel teeth, don't you?
I've got steel teeth.
But I think chewing on things is still a very cat skill.
That's fair. And I'm also the party's cat burglar, so breaking in and out of cages is probably my thing.
Burglar, of course. So that makes 3 dice, I believe?
Yeah.
Cool, roll them.
Okay, so that's 1 success.
1 success. There's this thing about cages. They're built to keep cats in. You're gnawing on this thing and the plastic is giving way, but it's plastic and you're in a fire. That is starting to get a little bit urgent. You're making progress though. You'll be out momentarily, hopefully not too singed. Anyone else?
So describe the cages for me. Are they like cell style? Is it like completely?
They're cat boxes.
Okay. I'd like to take off my hat and start using it to fan the flames to melt a specific area of plastic. Just fan the flames in that direction.
This doesn't sound very cat to me. This sounds much more people. So roll me that cyber, and you get 1 for your hat. So that's 2 dice.
Creative use. Okay. Let's see how we do. I need to hit 6 or below. That's 2 successes.
Whoosh. Who knew the lowest bidder made very flammable cages? And out you go. Louis Perrault making their bid for freedom. You're out, but you can see the Project Treasure is still struggling in theirs. Schrödinger, Perminator, how about you?
Oh, you go first. You go first.
The Perminator isn't too fussed initially by the flames because no fur to catch fire, but then realizes it's going to get very hot very quickly when you're surrounded by a layer of metal. So he's going to try and whip at the lock to see if he can break it with his tail.
Ah, and yours is the nasty tail whip, isn't it? Ouch, roll me that. That sounds very, very... Is that cyber or cat?
Cyber?
Yeah, I think cats don't tend to beat things up with their tails.
No, not usually. So that's 2.
Cool.
1 for tail, 1 for cyber.
Metal tails. Yep, roll.
Oh, that's 1 success.
Cool. Slice. The box is broken, but it is on its side, so it kind of tumbles across the floor of this van and lands with you kind of upside down inside it. You've got a way out, but it's not tidy. Schrödinger.
It's never tidy.
So Schrödinger's going to look at the front of the box and he's going to kind of like reel up on his back legs, which is cybernetically enhanced. And then he's going to try and launch himself forward at the front of the box to try and crash himself out of it. I think that's...
2.
Yep. 1 success.
Crunch. I mean, the door's broken. That's great. But, you know, you come crashing out of this cage and you hear something. You hear something that's not good. It's a sound of one of those big 2 legs, those humans. Possibly the one from the front of the van, the driver, or maybe the guard. But they're coming. Louis Perot, you're the one who's clear. What are you going to do about that? Everyone else is struggling their way out of their cages.
We've got props, lads. Right. Okay. Holding his cat hat to his cat chest. He's going to look around for the strongest. Like, he's not muscle, but he knows he needs muscle. Perminator has rather indelicately crashed beside him. So I think I'm going to go to the Perminator, and I think I'm going to try to aid them tentatively in getting out.
They're getting out of their cage. Okay. You're the one who's free to move because they're all struggling at the moment.
I'd like to help the Perminator get out quicker.
Cool. So you help everyone else, the Perminator in particular, but all the others, you quickly unzip each other out of your cages and you're in this van. It's burning. And then the back door opens and there is the guard. He looks all battered and crushed like he's been in a car crash. But he doesn't look happy. What the? No, you can't be free, says the guard. No, back in your kit. Oh, it's on fire. We've got to do the mission. Come on, you know this. You know we've got to do the mission. Come on, it's my bonus.
The Perminator hisses and whips his tail on the ground in front of him to try and scare the guard back a bit so they can get out.
The guard backs away a bit. He knows what that tail can do. No, please. Wait, where's the control thing? There it is. And he picks up the remote control and presses the button and nothing happens. The override that normally makes you obedient does not fire and you are free. What do you do to this guard? He's backing away, but not far. Scrabbling in his pocket for one of those stun batons.
I'll look to the others and I'll say, forget the guard, run.
Cool.
Come with me.
Is this a come with me if you want to live?
Come with me if you want to live. I know a guy. Well, by a guy, I mean the Perminator, and the Perminator knows a guy.
So you're running away, and you're trying to lead everyone else away, right?
Yes.
Roll them.
Okay,
You've got cat.
Cat. But I'd say cyber and like active leadership and like being strategic and being like, let's not take the guard. Let's.
I think running away is a very cat thing to do.
Okay, that's 1. Yeah, that's just going to be. Could I use my Cybercat senses to essentially find us a route through the fire?
Yeah, totally. Infrared vision.
And could I maybe also like assist by saying some motivational Cheshire Cat quotes to help?
There isn't any assistance.
Cool.
It's set up. It's if you do
It's set up.
something to make something work for someone else.
Cool.
Yeah.
If the number matches, is that a success?
Yes,
like one
totally is.
success.
Yeah, one success. So you get out of there. You dash between the guard's legs. But after you've gone out with that baton, and everyone else is going to have to deal with this guy as he starts swiping at the back of the van. Back! Get back in there! And the van is blazing.
The Perminator will send his whip tail straight for the guard's knee.
Roll it.
So Cyber and tail?
Yep.
The Perminator's really out here perminating.
He perminated. That's one success.
One success?
One success.
Guard goes stumbling back. He's scared. He's bruised, but he's not taken out. There's a window if someone wants to flee.
Perminator will turn around to the other two and just be like, go.
Can I chomp the guard?
Yeah, that's what teeth are for.
So it'll look like basically Cheshire's gonna stretch up his back, and then he's gonna fade out from tail to head again, and only his chrome teeth would be visible, and the chrome teeth would just levitate towards the guard and start chomping his ankle.
Oh, creepy. Heck, roll it.
So chrome teeth, and so that's 2.
Chrome teeth and yeah.
Is this cyber or cat?
I think
it's
this is I think this is much more cyber. The
All
sort
right.
of deliberate kind of just leaping straight at someone's throat is very
Okay,
cyber.
so that's 1 success.
Well, you got him down, Terminator. Cheshire, you went for his ankle, but you know, his neck's just over there. He's lying on the ground. But he's definitely not going anywhere. So you guys flee. Gone.
Flee back into the big city.
So you guys run away down this alleyway. We see this pack of cats leaping from wheelie bin and skip to discarded crates to pile of debris, and then over one of those brick walls that you always get at the end of alleyways. Behind you, the van blazes in the distance. Sirens can be heard, but they'll be ages. But the guard is picking up his radio to call us in. You guys are free. So this is the big city. You guys haven't been here for a long, long time.
Yeah, I'm out of breath quite quickly. I'm a little Scottish fold munchkin cat. I can only pat, pat, pat so far. So I probably eventually skid and just and look for the others.
Yeah, Perminator's wheezing heavily, just like.
Schrodinger's fine. He's more cyber than cat at this point. He's just like.
These pods are made for typing and not much else.
And Cheshire just appears, like you see the grin and then the rest of the cat appear, and he doesn't really give off the impression that he's tired, but he is tired and out of shape.
And there you are. Now what?
Does the Perminator recognize this part of the city from his alley crawling days?
I think you probably do.
Does he know of any gangs that he's not caused too many problems with?
Well, you know there's gangs around here, but you know they move and shift. Do you want to give me that cat politics roll?
Cat politics?
Well, you've got cat contacts,
It makes
reputation.
more sense than current politics.
So would I get 1 for cat and 1 for fixer, or would it just be
Absolutely.
cat?
Yep. No, cat and fixer.
That is only 1 success again.
You can see from here 2 sets of cat tag marks. One, the paw prints of a gang that's friendly to yours. You know, it used to be kind of associated with the Jellicles, not strongly, but they were cooperative. And another that's not. Really not.
I forgot I called my gang the Jellicles.
This other gang.
People can tell we're all 30 kids yet.
This other gang is a gang of street dogs.
Oh.
hell no.
And you know that this friendly gang of yours, they hang out on the roofs mostly. Down here on the street, it's dogland.
The Perminator looks down at himself, looks at kind of how much weight he's put on since he was last on the streets, and then just kind of sighs and turns to the others and is like, the only friendly cats around here are on the roofs, not down here in the Paw Patrol.
In the distance, you hear a bark, and then another.
Schrodinger's like even though he's more sober than cat at this point, he really doesn't like dogs, so his back like goes up and he hisses just instinctively.
Bark, 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 closer.
Okay. I take out my press pass just in case I need to come up with a cover for us, because I have a press pass underneath my hat and I slot it in the way they used to in the old-timey films. Shit. Okay. Bother. Right. Oh no. I'm not really prepared for this kind of thing. I'm not really a fieldwork kind of person. I'm more of a set of the computers kind of person. We can maybe hide. Hiding's always a good option. I like hiding. I like not being seen by the things which are gonna come and kill us.
Climb.
Terminator kind of does not look a tall face. He kind of puts his paw over Louis' mouth and is just like, and then heads towards the nearest alleyway in the assumption that there will be a bin that they can climb on that might lead to a fire escape that they can climb up. Problem solved.
Cool. Bin, fire escape. Climb. Climb. Rusting metal. Gulls. Birds. Birds. Oh, birds. Eventually you reach the rooftop. This isn't a huge building. It's only, 8 or 10 stories. And our heroes gather on the rooftop. Down below, you can see the first of the dogs, the Paw Patrol, arriving in that alley. One of them leaps up on the bin, barks. The others arrive too.
Just check out a kitten move I have.
So from this rooftop, you can see where the friendly lot are, Terminator.
Oh yeah. He will approach them very cautiously, knowing it has been a while and he looks nothing like he used to look.
Yeah, because you're like armored steel skin. It's all rusty and tatty, isn't it?
It is. Also, I'm like 5 times the size since they last saw me.
You're chonky or also big?
I'm like, oh Lord, he coming. Pretty dang big, pretty dang chonky.
Biologists are in awe.
They are in awe.
And fear.
The tiny black cat with little white paws, perched on the railing, looks over at you and says, not as you've been talking with your speakers in human voices sometimes, but in pure, good old-fashioned cat. What are you?
The name's Big Tuna, kid. I'm pretty sure some of your friends will know me.
Tuna. Tuna. Big tuna. No, big tuna isn't just tuna, is it? Roll with that reputation roll.
Hell yeah. How many dice would that be for a reputation roll?
3, because you set this up.
3. Sick. Only 1.
Boss ain't going to be happy to see you.
No one ever is.
A moment later, the giant ginger Tom that runs this gang bounces down into view, perching on top of one of the big vents from the aircon of the building. Looks over at you. You've got a lot of nerve coming here.
Wouldn't be coming if I didn't need help. And I think we both know what'll happen if I don't get help.
Right. Help, like last time we needed your lot. And they didn't come.
Different circumstances. Different litter in the tray.
Domesticated, are we?
That's the strong word. Someone got themselves a dictionary.
Ooh, someone's getting a bit catty.
It's a thesaurus, actually. Looper will just, hey, it's a thesaurus.
Louis Perrault will feel a small tap on his face from one of the whips on the tail, just like, not now, not now.
So you want to help her?
We just need at the least somewhere to keep quiet until we can get on our way and deal with our own plans.
Right. Quiet. That's when you hear the barking. Thing is, those Paw Patrol spotted you. We've been having trouble with them. We called on your lot, the Jellicles, to help, and they didn't come through. Said you were not here, not in charge anymore. Not their problem.
Wasn't my choice to not be here or in charge anymore. And trust me, there will be some cat whipping when I see him again.
Well, show us what you're worth. As one of the Paw Patrol noses up to the top of them. Scare them off. After all, you lot don't exactly look like you're going to be climbing up here. And with that, he agilely leaps up onto the top of a TV aerial, and then from there to a power line, and runs away with the agility and grace that only a real cat has.
I am going to gather evidence and just wink one of my eyes to start recording whatever it is the Perminator is going to do.
Cheshire is going to go into an ambush point. So basically he's going to turn invisible and climb up to near where the dogs are going to attack from, so he can ambush one of them as they enter.
Yep. Schrödinger?
Schrödinger's gonna climb up a telephone pole and get up high and see if there's anywhere that they can run to if things turn ugly.
So as you climb up this pole, we see the metal claws just tear into the old wood. Very cat. Not very cat.
I'm going to aim for like a...
Sorry.
I'm going to aim for like a GoPro style whilst also keeping my goddamn distance.
So this is
I don't
more
really
GoPro.
know if the Perminator has a side that they prefer for filming, but it's the Perminator, so I'll just catch whatever I can of them in the lens.
Whatever makes him look most intimidating will make him happy.
You can see from here that these rooftops are this gang's home, but they've been invaded by the dogs, and they're down on numbers. They can't keep them out. They need your help.
Sick. Did you say a dog's getting up onto the roof? Or...
Yeah, one jumps up onto the top of the stairs. Dogs can climb stairs.
They can, but not very well. The Perminator will he'll kind of straighten himself up. I was going to say suck in his gut, but it's all metal, so it doesn't really move anymore.
We kind of clank.
There's a wee kind of like as metal starts to move a little bit. He will completely straighten up his whip tail and start hissing and slowly moving towards the dog that's gotten up onto the roof.
This is a full-on intimidate, is it?
Full-on intimidate.
So reputation, tail whip, cat, roll it.
That is 2 successes.
This lead dog looks at you. Stops at the top of the fire escape, not daring to come onto the rooftop. Do cats and dogs actually speak the same language?
They probably speak, like, cats can probably speak broken dog and dogs can speak broken cat, basically.
You're back.
I know, it's your worst nightmare.
We'll see about that. You're working with this lot now. Thought you ran with the Jellicles. They were cool.
I don't run with anyone anymore.
Oh, a loner, a stray.
Oh, I'm not alone.
Cheshire, you were up on a viewpoint, weren't you? Ready for an ambush.
Yeah.
You spot one of the other dogs coming up these stairs, just behind the front one. The front one was doing all the talking. The one behind has a little radio pack on its back and is moving far too heavily. The rusty iron of the stairs creaking under their steel paws.
Right. So I'm going to say to the others, this one's stalling for time. There are more coming. They've got a beacon of some sort.
There.
Doesn't look like a beacon, more like the sort of the protrusion of cyberware.
Oh, right. So I'm going to say they've got this one's stalling for time. There are more coming. Cyber dogs this time.
From where Schrodinger is,
Yep.
can he see any sort of like mechanical like garage door or something? Or like a car?
I mean, way down there.
Could I use my cyber legs to jump down?
Jump down 8 floors? Yeah, totally.
So that's one for cyber and one for
Yeah.
legs. Oh, I got 2 successes.
Onto a car, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how much roof is left on this car at this point?
I don't think it matters. Probably
Good.
not a lot. It's probably very, very squished right now.
Yeah, just straight through the roof. This whole thing's just caved in, and you can see all the lights on the car and things. Is this you're taking this over, right?
I've got to hand it to him.
Sorry.
I was going to say, I've got to hand it to him. He always lands on his feet.
Could I possibly make the car backfire so it sounds like a firework to spook the dogs?
Yeah, totally.
Is that cyber or cat?
Oh, that's very cyber.
So that's 2 again.
Yep. 3 because you've got the car.
Oh, 3. Okay, hold on.
Because you prepared the car.
So that's 2 successes.
Cool. Bang, and then the car horn goes off. The headlights flare on, and all the dogs you can see down in the alleyway just scupper. So there's just the talker and the metal one on the stairs now.
Schrodinger like slinks out from underneath the car, and he like goes up to the Perminator and he's like, I don't speak much, dog, but I do speak the universal language of violence.
Meanwhile, Louis, who lives the universal language of fear, is going to remember that he's got to get that front page story. He's got to get this shit about cyber cats and cyber dogs now also out to the people, and is going to a little sort of electrical jolt is going to go up his tail as he prepares it to stun, in case he has to flick it at anyone who gets in the way of capturing the action.
Cool.
Louis has become the night poller.
Louis is the night polar.
Oh,
In the darkness.
fantastic.
I am the night.
Cheshire, you're in position.
Cool.
What do you do?
So I am going to basically just sneak up on and attack from behind the talker that Perminator was
Right.
talking to.
Yep. Roll.
So yeah. So suddenly you'll see this chrome grin appear, and so how many is that? 3?
Yeah, it'll be 3.
Yeah. So
Actually, you set this up by putting yourself in position.
yeah.
And this is cat burglary stuff. So yeah, 4.
Cool. So yeah, the grin will appear, and Cheshire will say, "You know what? My bite is so much worse than your bark." And that is 2 successes. Yeah, that's 2 successes.
Yelp! Yelp! Do you let him go when he flees?
Yeah, I let him go when he flees, but I bite the shit out of him to like injure him first.
The spokesman and leader of the Paw Patrol, with their little police badge on their collar, bounds away down the stairs. huge gashes from Project Chesure's steel teeth, not coming back. The K9 program, on the other hand, reacts a bit more slowly. They're not clearly quite the same league of cyber as you are. This one looks almost like it's more pre-programmed robot than true cyber being.
B-Tech cybernetic enhancements for these dogs.
Yeah, could I work my way round, sort of zooming in on my camera eye to see if I see any markings of what company has perhaps developed this tech?
Yeah, totally. Roll. Gather evidence, senses.
So I'm using cyber senses. I've also been gathering evidence. And I set this up as well because I've been filming it. So 4. Thank you.
And this kind of policing is very cyber.
Oh, yeah. One.
K9 program.
For comfort.
Research prototype. And you can see the sticker that's got the brand name and it's all torn off.
I know it's going to be risky, but I'm going to go closer.
Sneaking closer to a dog.
Yeah.
Give me that cat roll to hold that together.
How many dice would we say I'm rolling? Gathering evidence. Sneaking closer, which is cat. 2. 1.
Yep.
Hi, Louis.
So is this another VET program? Yeah, I think it is. This sticker, once you get close enough to read where it's all being torn off, you can see the vertical, just the capital letters are showing, but V-E-T, that familiar logo. Beta prototype, K7.
And then I think I realize exactly where I am in relation to this doggo.
So does this doggo.
Help.
Yeah, you've all seen the cartoon robot dogs, right? With the very square, boxy heads and the big teeth and the glowing red eyes. Going for you.
And Perminator try and make the most of him being distracted and go with the tail.
Totally.
Cyber tail.
Absolutely.
1 success.
Well, distraction worked. Now it's going for you.
That's fine. He's used to that.
So we see this chase across the rooftop. The Perminator being pursued by this K7 program prototype. Big, chonky, square, little bolts in the joints and things. Much cruder than you guys.
It's a chonk chase.
Yep.
Actually, if you were to watch it in slow motion, it would be epic, but it would still be about the same speed.
Cool. Well, you're leading on a merry chase. Louis, you're free. Schrodinger, you can back up. Cheshire, the boss just ran away. Now what?
I'll run up the side of the building to try and get into a position where I can help the Perminator.
Cool. This thing's a robot dog. If you can get enough signal on it, you can probably just take it over.
A mighty steed.
Okay, I'll crawl up the side of the building and try and get near. And then I will see if I can like scramble the signal.
Cool. Yep, roll. Control.
That's 3.
Yep.
1 success.
It's delayed. It stalls. It stops. But it just grinds, feet scraping, because it just freezes mid-jump and just kind of slides to a halt rather disgracefully. You can see the little progress bar as it's trying to reacquire signal.
Okay.
Plenty of opportunity to leg it. But Perminator, you know this is the reason this gang, the cat gang here, has been in trouble. They can't deal with a steel dog.
Perminator will try and turn around and have a go with the tail again, just to see if it can do some damage on this big boy. 2. No successes.
No!
Even one would do, because this thing's frozen in place, but nothing. Progress bar reaches 100%. Teeth grab your tail. Admittedly, it's a solid steel tail whip, so it's not exactly going to hurt you, but they're solid steel teeth too.
My tail.
Yeah. Treasure?
So I'm going to see this and I'm going to say, right, we're all very furious here today, aren't we? And I'm going to chase after and basically start looking for an access port on the steel dog for Schrodinger to plug into.
Roll it. That sounds burglary.
Yeah.
And you've got camouflage skin, so.
I rolled 3 12s.
Oh my.
I'm so stuffed.
Just a moment from the inside, from the dog's sort of control panel sensor suite, and it suddenly has a sort of motion detector image and a silhouette of Cheshire turns up on his view, despite you being camouflaged. Clearly its vision is radar or something. And because it's big, this is mean, but it just swings its head with the Perminator, swings you by the tail, and crashes you into Project Cheshire. And the two of you go tumbling across the roof and teeter right on the edge, claws scrabbling at those last couple of tiles before the 8th floor drop into the alley below.
I'm gonna go stun this dog because I'm kind of mad now. Those are my friends, I think, or at least the people who are gonna help me survive. So, yeah, stun, definitely cyber over cat. 2 dice. God damn it, 1 success.
This thing's distracted. It just threw the Perminator. It's only just rebooted. Heard it or off the side?
If it goes off the side, it takes my friends off the side, potentially.
If it goes off the side, it's dealt with for now, but not later.
It does also make for great filming, but I think I'll hurt it.
Oh, yes. Cool.
I'll hurt it.
All that sparking, crackling, popping, and it just freezes in place. All its lights and control things just completely scatterbrained. Perminator and Cheshire, you're kind of struggling at that wall. Schrodinger?
I'll try and scramble it again.
Cool.
Drops dice. 2 successes.
Done. Down it goes. Shut down. All you needed was 2.
After our dog gets shut down, the whole time Schrodinger was trying to scramble him, he was kind of like sat with just his eyes glowing green. And then as soon as he shuts down, he blinks and his eyes go back to normal. And then he like walks up to the other cats.
I'm not the strongest, so I'm going to wait on the others to climb on up. But once they're up, I would just like to let out a little mew and use my 25 hertz per ability to heal any damage that was taken.
This cute rumbling purr echoes out, and we can see the warmth and the healing of that as the Perminator's stressed and strained tail, Cheshire's scuffed claws from a near fall off building all click back into place. How a purr heals steel is a bit of a mystery, but then cats have ever been mysterious. At this point, the giant ginger turns back up again.
The Perminator will stand up straight and just kind of like shake himself off a little bit and just kind of tilt his head to the side and gently wave his whip tail.
The ginger drops down off the TV aerial and lands on the back of the giant dog. Curls and claws at it slightly in that very cat-kneading kind of way. Thank you. Thank you. Where do you need to go?
Perminator will look at his arguably smarter friends for this one.
I mean, that depends. It doesn't matter if we don't know where we want to go. But it looks like these are mementos from VET. I think it's worth we pay them a visit.
I think we need to free our friends. Or at least I had friends. I don't know about the rest of you. I had friends back there.
Big Tuna will kind of sort of turn to them and say, I can get us more paws should we need them first.
I think we need a planning room. Somewhere to sit, drink some catnip, roll a cat cigarette or two, and just think it
It's
through.
catnip inside a bit of like paper or something. I don't know.
Ah, gotcha.
We're drinking catnip. We're smoking catnip. We're snorting catnip. It's
Yeah,
all catnip, baby.
Isn't catnip traditionally snorted?
Louis only knows about that kind of stuff from that one time that he was like infiltrating a gang to get a story. His cover didn't last too long. He wasn't very good at the whole pretending to be a hardcore junkie, cat junkie.
I'm pretty sure Schrödinger just downloads catnip from the dark web now. You wouldn't steal some catnip.
These guys here are plain ordinary cats. They can't read. They don't know where VET is. And you guys don't either. You haven't been free in the city. You need maybe a human to help. But they can certainly give you, there's a montage of you guys having a relaxing evening. There's some quality catnip and some quality wild food.
Could we look closer at the dog now I've disabled it and see if there's any kind of labeling on him that indicates where he should be returned to if he's broken?
There's this thing about
or something.
Clandestine prototypes that don't tend to have if found return to addresses.
Does he not have a collar that says like...
No, he's got a brand name on the side, but you don't know where their offices are. You're cats.
I might know a guy.
This ginger promises, hey, if you need help, we'll be there for you.
Can they point us in the directions of the Jellicle's current location?
Yep.
As well?
Yep. It turns out this lot's kind of very closely affiliated with the new leader of the Jellicles. And they're kind of, You've gotten all the cats on side.
We've got our paws for when we storm the premises.
After all, the Perminator, the cat came back.
Those were his last words. He'll be back.
Perfect. So you were saying you knew a guy?
Yeah, I might know a two legs if people are willing to trust one. He's a good guy.
And as you say two legs, you notice Cheshire is going to more or less agree with you, but then still stand up with like his ears pricked, and again fading in and camouflaging, quite clearly not trusting the two legs, but trusting your judgment in the two legs.
Big Tuna's just going to growl. He's not going to look pleased with the concept.
Look, if you can just get me to Jonathan's, it's an office somewhere in the city. He works for one of the papers. He owes me one.
I think there's a shot of you trying to get this message across to the ginger cat who knows this territory. And eventually you're describing, which donut shop, which food source it's near. And eventually
there's like a table and we're like using a piece of yarn and I'm like, look, this is us. And put it down on the table. And this is where we need to get. This is Jonathan, but I don't know where Jonathan is, okay?
And when you put the yarn down, one of the other cats just goes and starts pawing at it and chases it off the table.
And I put both my paws down on the table and I go, God damn it, are we cats or are we cats?
And I'm going to say, well, we're all cats here.
Louis takes a moment, paces, smokes some catnip, comes back apologizes for losing his temper. Sorry, I'm just passionate, you know.
Eventually, you mention the fishmonger downstairs from Jonathan. And they go, ah, the fishmonger. And there you go. They lead you away to that location. It's only a couple of blocks. And by the rooftops, you don't have to deal with the terrors of traffic. And the terrors of two legs everywhere. You can see them bustling, so many of them down there on the streets. In the lab, there was only a few. And before you were in the lab, you were in the back alleys, not out here on the main streets, the busy streets of the city. But from the rooftop, you can reach the fire escape, down to the window ledge. And inside, hunched over his desk, cup of coffee nearby, laptop, the gleaming blue glow of the screen as ever, tapping away on yet another expose, is Jonathan. Your old, keeper. Your old human back in the day.
You see, Louis never grew up in the alleyways or the streets. He's taken in by this adult journalist. He's not seen him in years. God, it's like going back to an ex. You work up the courage and you get this close and you just... He sort of takes his hat off and slicks his fur underneath and puts it back on. And then just starts at the window. Like an absolute cat, just like starts
meow.
Louise kind of looks over and for a moment there's no sign of recognition. Oh. He's like, Louis.
Thank God. I was like, oh my God, no.
Such polite gestures. Oh.
Do cats even have middle fingers? How would that work?
Louis does because he can type.
I felt my soul leave my body when he said he didn't recognize him. I was like, no.
He runs over, shuffles the latches on the window for a bit, and then slides up the window.
Dust.
And then he stumbles back, looking at you. Can you roll me that cat roll to come across as cute and lovely Louis Perrault rather than terrifying cyber Louis Perrault?
Since I prepped by slicking my fur back and putting on my hat, then one for just being a cat. Okay.
Maybe the purr?
Yeah, it's free. One success.
He backs away. Louis, what happened?
I'll sort of pop on in and gesture for the others to come in. You'll just see a little paw pop back out the window and go.
He looks puzzled at that. And then when the Perminator, giant steel, crashes to the floor.
Oh, no, he doesn't go in. He sits on the windowsill. He's not going into a two-legs house. No way, no how. Nuh-uh.
Schrödinger slowly leans his head around the corner of the window and just looks at the computer to see what sort of setup he has.
It's mediocre but well secured. This is a person who doesn't need computers to do computery things, but they need them to be secure. I mean,
Schrödinger wasn't horribly robotic. He would do one of those straight boy nods. But he just stares at the computer and then looks at Louis, and he's just kind of like, "Are we going in?"
Well, Louis waved you in.
So Schrödinger plops down into the house, looks up at Jonathan, and then he like clears his throat a little bit and tries to meow, but it just comes up across as like this really horrifying robotic recording of a meow. So it's just like meow.
Jonathan is just like, what is going on here? God, this is. He's clearly not waiting for an answer because he's not expecting.
Yeah,
to talk back.
I pat on up to the computer and I connect my tail into the USB to show recordings from the lab.
Treasure, what about you?
Okay, first, a quick shout out to the person in the chat who just said Schrodinger managed to be both inside and outside the house at the same time.
God damn it.
But yeah, so Cheshire is going to go into the flat and is going to go to where the like a door to the bathroom is, and is going to start pawing at the door.
Jonathan's just like, wait, you want friends? What on earth? And then notices the gleaming steel grin of Cheshire and the way you've connected yourself to his laptop. What is going on?
Just have my big ol' eyes. Meow. I point to the laptop.
Video plays of the whole sequence with the K7 program, the prototype. Robot dogs?
I will quickly type up onto the computer. Hey,
you can type.
I just look up at him as I keep touch typing like the best fucking secretary ever. I'm just like, hey, little shit. Remember when you sent me in for an investigative project? The vet?
They vetted this to you?
No shit.
Can I ask, just out of character, can we not talk to humans? Was that not a thing that was added?
Yeah, you've got speakers.
us?
You can talk to
Yeah,
them.
we can't. We don't have to type. We can talk to them.
Yeah, I'll stop typing after that and then just turn around to him and decide to talk now and go, no shit.
It's like that bit in Toy Story where they talk to Sid. And Sid's just like, fuck.
Lily sits down suddenly, misses the chair, falls to the floor. Just kind of, completely startled by all this.
From the window, Terminator will just kind of say, "Oh, I'm sorry. Is our struggle too much for you?"
With that catty remark, Louis kind of Jonathan slowly pulls himself back together. I think I've still got some biscuits.
Schrodinger like looks at him and he's like gestures towards the kind of charging port of his computer and he's like, do you mind if I
Yeah, sure.
Schrodinger like goes and connects himself to the computer and downloads some catnip off the dark web.
Is that thing where like the cats curl up on the hot apple chargers and he just curls up on top of the charging port?
Yes, yeah.
I'm waiting expectantly for some hot coffee.
He comes back with a bowl of kibble, of course.
Look at it suspiciously.
I mean, do you still, I don't know. It's the same stuff though, it's familiar. This is the stuff you grew up with.
Oh God, why are you feeling it? I'm playing a fictional cat. Don't build my heartstrings like this, Alan.
Don't worry, I've got worse in mind for
Alan, we're supposed to be playing a light-hearted cat game. We're not supposed to crush our souls.
Oh gosh, I'll sort of go down and just suspiciously take a little nibble and then fall into the bowl.
A little later.
The tail just comes out of the laptop, nearly pulling the laptop off the desk at the same time. Nearly falling on Schrodinger. It's a wild time.
Schrodinger, you've presumably hacked his Wi-Fi by now.
Oh yeah. He's got so many viruses because I've been on the dark web downloading shit.
I mean, all you need is his Wi-Fi. You've got your own computer thing.
I know, but it's faster if I just like download it straight into my code.
Digital catnip. Oh, that dark web's getting dark. Treasure?
Oh, I should.
Jonathan opens the door, by the way.
Okay, so then I'm just going to turn around and just ignore the door now.
Jonathan's like, yes. Sits. A little later, he's sitting back in his chair, and the four of you are perched in various places scattered around the study. So,
could I search up some stuff about Vet on the internet and see if I find anything?
you find their public offices, but you were clearly not in their main public office. You were in one of their secret laboratories.
Okay.
So I'm going to try explaining to Jonathan what happened to us earlier, and recount that. Well, we escaped from a van from one of the Vet's laboratories. They were transporting us. We escaped.
Vet made you into Cybercats.
Yes, keep up.
And why were you in the van?
I don't know. They were transporting us. They said there was some mission they needed us to do.
I've hopped up and started drinking his coffee whilst he's not noticing.
A mission. There's sort of lapping at the coffee next to him. He looks kind of baffled at you drinking his coffee, but he's okay with it. A mission. Wait, this explains. Yes, there's been rumors of this. Test operations, the occasional grainy photograph, and he pulls out flicks through on his laptop to a folder full of stuff that's definitely fallen off the back end of Reddit and rumor mills on the internet and so on, which is blurry pictures of cybernetic cats, blurry pictures of cats with glowing green eyes in the wrong places, signs of a secure office building with the air vents clawed open, and tales of someone being chased by a pack of dogs, and they just wouldn't stop. Their teeth were gleaming steel, says the report. This is all kind of clearly subversive stuff that he's been kind of tracking as a kind of project.
Holding the coffee now in one paw somehow, and sitting on my hind legs, I look at Schrodinger and go, "Hey, can you zoom and enhance and enhance and enhance?"
Schrodinger does this. He kind of projects it onto the floor with his face, and then pulls it when you're zooming in on an iPad.
We see the third eye in Schrodinger's forehead open.
Again.
Next to the gun barrel.
He keeps doing
it's a laser pointer.
He keeps zooming and enhancing. Also, side note, I'm imagining the robot dogs looking like the robot dog from Jimmy Neutron. It's making me feel certain ways.
That's what I was imagining, honestly.
I'm imagining it from Wallace and Gromit, if anyone remembers that.
Yeah.
I was imagining K9 from Doctor Who, but
That's so much less scary.
That's so much less scary.
Miss Sarah Jane.
Roll me that jack-in and detect and all the rest of it. Laser sight pistol, jack-in for info, cyber. Headphones.
Yeah, I had to put them back on. Sorry, I was doing my hair up because it's irritating me. It's getting in my way. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Roll them, 3 dice.
Cool.
Cyber, to enhance these images.
3 6. No, not 3. 1 success. Wait, is that 6? That's a 6. 2 successes. No, 3 successes. They were both 6s. I'm stupid.
What a roller coaster.
I don't do numbers.
Yes, it's not a mad society. We would like to take that moment to highlight most of us here are social
I
science.
can barely read.
You do English lit, you don't need maths.
So in case any of you are worried, since we moved to Discord this year, we will have a lot of dice bots on our server to do all the dice maths for you.
One of the best things about being online is that I don't have to do numbers.
I've written a dice bot for my next game that uses pictures anyway, so you know. So 3 successes: enhance, 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 enhance. There, that's the lab. You recognize it. You've seen it from the back of the van, from other times around the lab, and they've let you out for a short walk.
Okay.
And
is the cat with the glow eyes me? Is it just
No.
straight up a pic? Okay, good. I was like, oh no.
You're too
It's another
smart
one.
to have pics of you.
It's a
Am I?
sleek, well-polished Siamese, not the kind that you've seen before, but the kind we have. One was curled around the neck of oh Christ, I've forgotten the name.
Tabitha Perina?
Thank you. Of CEO Dr. Tabitha Perina. These are her special personal project cats. Da, da, da. Thank you. Thank you, the chat.
The chat is lit. We love you, chat.
We love you, chat. Thank you.
Also,
Jonathan quickly whips the geolocation off the image and says, it's over there. And can pinpoint where the secret lab is.
I get it up
on a
on
map.
Google Maps. Should we just straight up get an Uber to the... I'll just order us an Uber.
You can't really go by human means. It just doesn't work.
We can if we puppet John.
Also, Jonathan's like, wait. You don't want to identify yourself on the net. They'll be searching for you.
Oh shit, you said something smart.
You're from their secret program. You're their top secret corporate espionage. They're not gonna let you stay free. They're gonna come for you. And this is the point where the camera shows the black sedan rolling up outside the building.
The most ominous of cars.
From where the Perminator is sitting on his windowsill, can he see the black sedan?
Yep.
Kind of like he kind of growls under his breath and then very hesitantly slams onto the floor. Like it looks so slow and like deliberate and annoyed until suddenly bang, he hits the floor with insane force.
Inside the office, or are you jumping outside? No, inside the office.
No, inside the office.
Yeah.
I'm not jumping from the window, Jesus. He'll kind of like thump and he'll be like, "You have impeccable timing." I can like his head to the window.
Oh. They must be tracing you. You've got to get moving. You know where it is now. You can get there.
I want to make a pit stop first.
Gestures down the hall to the bathroom.
Not that kind of pit stop.
That litter tray must be ancient.
Yeah, do Cybercats use litter trays, or have they been trained to use human toilets? This is the question I need to know. Answered now.
If he still has a litter tray, does it mean that like he's replaced Louis, or has he just kept Louis' litter tray the whole time?
I imagine that the litter tray is empty and in a cupboard somewhere rather than still out.
Okay.
I finished my cigarette and stubbed the end of it into the coffee cup. I don't know where I keep getting these cat cigarettes from. I just seem to have them. They're probably hidden under the hat.
I mean, you're a journalist. You clearly stress smoke.
Yeah.
You have a stash.
I'll talk to them and say I saw you flee over the rooftops that way, away from where you're going. But you've got to get going before they find you, before they break in here. We hear the ding from the lift.
Schrodinger, can you upload his research into your database so we can clear it from his computer so when they go through his stuff they don't find anything?
Yeah, sure. Schrodinger plugs himself back in, eyes go green, downloads the stuff,
We see the progress bar slowly go across from one eye to the other.
I just realized his name's Jonathan. Does he now own a cat called Garfield?
He does not yet have another
this
cat,
is
for how could he replace Louis in his heart?
Yeah, you better fucking not. Louis will turn to Jonathan and just go, look, sorry about the language. Sorry about your coffee. Well, not sorry about your coffee. I really needed some coffee. I've seen things. I'm a changed cat, but once I've got this sorted, I'm coming back.
Please.
All right?
I miss you. And he
give me a little,
reaches out, and there's just this scratch behind the ears. Nervous at first because he's not sure how this deals with a hat.
I mean, I might, I take that. I say I'll come back, and I take just the hat off my head like an old-timey film and bring it down. Scritch.
At the other side, Perminator mutters, fucking domestics, and then jumps in the window and then up towards the roof.
Yeah. As Schrodinger is getting ready to jump down from the computer desk, he looks over at the coffee cup and then just like without even thinking, as if something's possessed him, he just like smacks it off. and then he just goes, "Oh God, I'm sorry," and then just like jumps out.
And as Cheshire leaves the office as well, he's going to look back at Jonathan scritching Louis Perrault. And for the first time, you'll see the grin is not a grin, but a scowl. As he looks back at the two of them, scowls a bit, and then turns around and climbs back out the window, following the Perminator.
Have we introduced class politics to our one-shot?
I think we might have.
We've exited it. It's only a matter of time.
I mean, how long before you're a union, right?
I wait probably one scritch just too long for comfort and then bolt out the window.
Yeah, that's when you hear the heavy knock at the door.
I put my hat back on and I flee.
Cool.
Into the night.
With a map, with directions, you know where you're going now. All you need to do is get there.
But we swing by the Jellicles, right? I've got gang problems to solve.
Looking at the map, there's a few landmarks that show up. Quite near where the lab is, there's an enormous stretch of suburbia. Actually, no, I'm going to flip that around. Quite nearby, not too far away, is the inner city housing where a lot of young families live. Maybe a certain family that had once had a wee cat called Stripes.
Oh my God.
And a little bit further out is an old folks home.
Your time for emotional torture.
So Cheshire's scowl is just not. Cheshire is going to continue scowling, and as you see like the close up of Cheshire, and follow as he's sort of walking down these alleys, you hear the interior monologue of all the voices of all the times he remembers the nice two legs who used to give him food and catnip, and the little girl with pigtails whose bed he used to sit on. Then he's going to look up and he's going to see the sort of hazy, smoggy skyline with like the suburban sort of housing and the old people's home in front.
So our heroes snuck their way out of the city center over the rooftops. I think for timing, we'll skip over the rest of the negotiation with the Jellicles, because I think you've done an awesome thing with the Jellicles there. That other gang, which really I should have just made the Jellicles from the start, but hey, ad lib is hard. And we cut to a suburban street. Our heroes have made it out of the city center with the help of the gang, rooftop to rooftop to rooftop. One final trek across, teetering across one.
Are we perhaps singing a song about cats called Jellicle cats? That
are coming out tonight?
Coming one and all?
So Amy,
as the Jellicle moon is perhaps shining bright.
So Amy, as the law student, exactly how much of this can be used without, breaching copyright law?
I'm doing criminology. I'm not doing the real law.
You can't stop us from going to the Jellicle ball, Vivek. It will happen.
I believe the almighty caterwauling is
But yeah, Andrew Lloyd Webber knows nothing about our usage of the helical cats. The helical hats have nothing to do with a similarly named property that may or may not begin with a J or a J, depending on how you pronounce it.
Maybe they're not coming out tonight. Maybe they're coming out this evening.
Yeah, if the helical cats are coming out this evening, it's completely fine.
Well, the helical cats, the helical stars are shining somewhat.
Thank you to the chat person for doing more for me than my 4-year-long degree effort. It apparently is 8 bars.
We got 8 bars, boys.
Sick. What if we speak it and don't sing it?
Oh, that's a spicy territory that I would like to see navigated when we're not having a one-shot, because I want to find out about some guilt and heartstrings being pulled on other players.
Yes, absolutely.
Also, our producer Sophie is complaining that we haven't given her the music for this, so
It's okay, we can kazoo it.
Shout out to Sophie, our producer, who's been behind a lot of the text and the wonderful graphics that you're seeing.
Shout out, Sophie. We love you, Sophie. We love you, disembodied.
We love you, disembodied voice and personification of Geas on the Twitch stream.
Right, so someone's being sad.
Oh, I think it's time to fuck me or Vivek up. I'm not sure which one.
I want to find out about this creepy, cute girl with pigtails. Sorry.
our heroes bounding along the roof of a shopping mall on their way. They're long, long trek. For the warehouse you're aiming for is one of those outer city ones on an edge of city motorway. It's maybe 5-10 miles of city to get through to get there. That's a long way for little cats, little legs. You need a break. You're on the roof of a shopping mall, maybe that'll do. But something catches Project Treasure's eye. Stapled to a lamppost on the suburban street opposite the mall, where the little houses are all identical, lined up down the street with their little coloured roofs and the cars parked outside and the little fences and the green grass. Green grass, you haven't seen that in a long time. Stapled to the lamppost is a notice. A simple piece of paper, bleached and faded by the acid rain of this urban hellscape. The writing at the top, familiar. Lost cat.
Oh no.
The photo, blurred and washed out, with a stripy cat clutched in the arms of a young girl who's smiling at the camera. And the little tags at the bottom of the notice, the little phone number, email address, a sign of the state of urban crime, none, torn off. The place you're going is that way. This is that way. What do you do?
Alan, I don't like it.
So Cheshire's going to like see this from the ground up, and then is going to sort of clamber up to where this sign is, and then rip the sign out with his chrome teeth, and is going to sort of come back on the ground and start shaking the sign very violently in his head, and quite visibly rip it to shreds whilst also crying.
Oh,
I'm going to zoom in with my camera eye because this is a wonderful emotional moment for the B-roll.
oh.
You're making a documentary?
Apparently,
Why not?
Louis Peru's Weird Weekend.
Louis Peru's Weird Weekend, yeah.
Damn.
The confetti settles around you, landing in a puddle on the street, slowly being washed away, the oily slick of urban grime, soaking into the paper. Down the street, you can see the suburban houses. The other way, the rooftops of shops and so on that are an easy path out to the distant industrial district you need to find.
Cheshire is going to say, mutter to everyone else, I want to make them pay.
Who?
You had a life on the outside too.
Yes, this one family. This one family of two legs who, I mean, one of them was really nice and gave me a lot of food.
Recording
But then
the whole time.
the small one with pigtails, she was the one who really liked me.
Mhm.
And I was happy then. I can't go back to them now, not when I look like this.
Why?
And you see that menacing grin of Cheshire appear again.
Hey, if the family loves you the way that you say they do, we'll see past that to who you really are.
You put a lot of faith in two legs, Pro.
Yeah, I still believe there's good ones out there.
Sure. Shingo looks up at the missing cat poster, and then, like, for a second, his eyes aren't glowing, and they look like normal cat eyes, and he looks over at Cheshire, and then, like, he kind of shakes himself out of it.
Gonna catch this wonderful exchange. We don't need to go there, Cheshire, but even if you want to watch from a distance, we'll support you.
Okay, if we can find them.
And if you guys are hungry, I think there's a couple of chumps are across the road that will give us treats until we're too full to eat anymore.
You see Louis' bloated little belly that he's been struggling to pull along the rooftops from having had genuine, like, proper kibble that he's not had in years. And he's just like, yeah, I could go some more.
The mention of the word like treats, you just see Perminator's ears just gonna go And he's just like,
Were you their only cat, Stripes?
Yeah.
Give me that stealthing along the top of the fences roll.
2 successes.
Like a proper cat, that sinuous walk along the top of a wooden fence. The perch, the gleaming eyes in the darkness. And there we can see wee Sally runs out into the back garden. Stripe, oh, he's gone. And in her hand, there's a stuffed toy that looks quite similar. She looks around, hoping that this time, unlike the other 100, you'll be there. She wanders over to the little bowl of treats, tips out the stale ones and pours in like just a tiny number of little kibble biscuits. Checks the bowl of water. Makes sure the cat flap works. And then we hear her mother's voice. Sally, Sally, come on in.
Would Cheshire have allowed the rest of us to go on the fences with him or not?
Cheshire looks back at everyone else and says, and basically just nods and then goes over the fence, goes to the bowl of treats, eats some of the treats, drinks some of the water, and then finds like a bird or something to sort of leave in the bowl for Sally when she comes back.
Oh, but you don't meet Sally. You don't let her see you.
No.
I was wondering whether to let out a meow or not so she comes back out, but I don't want to ruin your moment. It'd be so good for filmmaking. But I respect your decision.
So yeah, he's basically going to leave a bird, a mangled. Cats are awful, aren't they? Is going to leave a present for Sally in the bowl after eating some of the
you're
treats.
teaching her about the circle of life. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the hat is here in chat, says, you can't do this to my emotions, that's illegal.
Also, shout out to the Hatters here for following us. I think we got a notification for it earlier, but
Yes, we now have 36 followers. Thank you to everyone who's followed our channel.
thank you. Also, shout out to anyone that's come from the activities fair. We see you. And this, fortunately, Unfortunately for everyone's heartstrings, but fortunately this is a very typical Geas game. There is ups and downs, there is laughs. You will probably cry. I cry.
And also shout out to Duncan for trying to organize a watch party on our Discord. We really appreciate the enthusiasm and effort.
We love you, Duncan. You're like a little hype man.
Love you.
Oh, thank you all.
This is all very roaring 20s. Like...
as our heroes sidle away on their epic quest of reconciliation and vengeance, we see, while the camera lingers to show Sally come out and look at the kibble, the drunk water, the shredded bird. It's just shredded by the massive steel teeth.
Mom!
God, those kids love shredded birds.
Stripes! Stripes! Mom, he was here. Come in, Sally, it's late. But, Mom. She disappears inside, and we hear muffled conversation. Sad, but hopeful. And as the lights fade out in suburbia, our heroes continue their quest. That was slightly nasty, but hey, you know.
Schrodinger kind of turns to Cheshire and he's like, you know, Chess, after Louise exposed all of this, she'd probably understand. You're still her cat.
And I'm just going to say that, well, I hope so. That's the world that I've been wanting to live in for so long.
Can I just say, I just glanced out at the chat and just read, never seen a child so happy over a shredded corpse. And
I didn't mean to laugh during your moment, but I thought
that was, yeah.
That is
I mean, you obviously haven't been hanging out with the right children.
I mean, if you hung out with Robin as a kid, like, oh boy.
You have to tempt away from my freaking witch puzzle.
So now that we've properly ruined the heartwarming moment.
I need to go turn my light on because I've just realized I'm becoming slowly more shrouded in darkness. I mean, I don't hang out with many children.
I think shredded corpses certainly did a mixed reception amongst children.
5 out of 10 children report that they are happy or apathetic towards a shredded corpse.
Jesus.
I have 9 out of 10 statistics, ...
As we are sort of making our way along the fences, I'll pat her up sort of behind the Perminator and be like, so what was that all about? Back there with the big ginger, new leaders and all that.
It's gang life for you. One leader disappears, they gotta elect a new one, or chaos starts. So
tell me a bit more about these gangs, or this gang.
You ever tried to herd cats? There's a reason it's a saying.
Yep.
Let's just say I used to be quite high up on these streets, but funnily enough, being taken by 2 legs makes it a bit harder to run a gang. So they got someone new, and that's the way of the world. You can tell he's kind of like, you can tell there's something kind of seething in there, but it's hard to tell under the metal exterior and the kind of like almost deadpan tone of his voice. But there's some kind of anger back there that he's he's not looking at Louis or anything. He's just walking ahead.
It seems like you're holding something in. What's that?
It's the rage that I am going to bash upon you if you keep talking to me about this.
Sounds fair. We will respectfully back up.
Schrodinger kind of like clears his throat and pats along next to Lou, and he's like, us street cats aren't too fond of two legs.
Cats. You got a story then?
I mean, I guess so. Like, you have to wait and see.
All right. Keep it mysterious.
All right, keep your secrets.
All right.
Gotta wait for the GM to reveal it in a heartbreaking scene.
Oh gosh, Schrodinger just hides all his secrets beneath the layers of binary.
He both does
Got a plan
and
for
doesn't
that.
have secrets in there.
That's why his hair is so big.
So big.
Full of
Secrets.
That's why his code is so big. It's full of secrets.
Every cat's got to keep their secrets. So, trundling along rooftops is long, slow, tiring progress. You know, if you could use one of those two wheels vehicles somehow, this would be so much quicker.
We should jack a motorbike.
Uber.
Schrodinger, you've hacked things.
I
You
have.
know the internet. You know that if you hire an Uber, they'll trace you, and VAT will be on you.
There's probably quite a few VAT colleagues who don't get paid nearly enough for their gigs who also have to work as Uber drivers. Knowing our luck, we'll get one of them.
Can I connect to a Wi-Fi signal?
Yeah?
Okay. Could I see if anybody in the vicinity has ordered an Uber?
You're going to hijack their Uber.
Yes.
We're going to make their Uber a Muber.
Hey.
Oh.
Whomever said it was Muber in the previous chat, I forgot your name, but thank you for it.
We'll double down on the emotional trauma here because it seems the right thing to do.
Oh, no.
You connect them to the Wi-Fi network. That's easy. You recognize it.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You've been here before.
I have.
Yeah. Because near the mall you've been on the roof of, there's a little placid retirement home. Happy Meadows. Why they're always called things like that, no one will ever know. And it's just ordered an Uber, and it's on its way. And from here you can see old Captain Tom walking the garden as ever. And the little-
Schrodinger clears his throat and he goes, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't get an Uber here.
Is old Captain Tom doing 400 laps of his garden to raise money?
Yep. It's a fundraiser for a new roof for the retirement home. Capitalism sucks.
Cyberpunk, we've got to get it in there.
Yep. The Uber's on its way. But going the other way, you can see a large black sedan.
Schrodinger notices the sedan and he goes, oh, for God's sake. And he goes, come on, guys, follow me. And then he like jumps into the retirement home through the window that he knows that one of the old people forgets to lock.
Oh, what's their name?
What's an old person name? Mildred.
Mildred. And Mildred is not in their room. They never bother to lock up there or throw in the other room. It's bingo night.
I know what night it is.
You land, pause onto the bed. Do the rest of you follow?
Although, Alan, so when is this set? Is this set in the future?
Yeah.
At which time tabletop role-playing would have made its way into old people's homes?
I said
D&D night, kids.
Oh, Gameception.
Are they playing Redbox D&D?
Now
I mean,
they
I
gotta
could be
get a
really
shadow
mean and
run
say,
going.
no, they're through there in the other room playing Cyberkittens.
Oh, shit.
Oh, guys, it just got meta. No.
Yes.
There's a table actually, as the camera pans into that room, of a elderly collective of individuals, one wearing cat ear headphones, one who still has bright red hair, one wearing a blue polo, one in a lovely white shirt, and one just narrating the whole scene as they're sitting there at the table, but everyone's just letting her do it.
At this point,
Ah, my head explodes.
Right. Oh, there's some people in the chat who are heading off just now. We're just going to say thanks for joining us for so long. This will be available to stream on Twitch for about 2 weeks, and we're going to try and upload a copy of this onto our YouTube channel eventually, so you can watch this on catch up if you want. But yeah, thanks for joining us, and hopefully
Also-
we'll see you soon.
enjoy your D&D game.
Have
Yeah.
fun!
Have fun.
And to those of you who are staying, enjoy some more emotional torture.
Thank you, Violet, for following.
Oh, heck yeah!
Whoop, whoop. Also, I think we'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes, guys.
Yep.
If I'm getting hungry or whatever. Just,
Yep, I need more tea.
yeah. I need something. Probably Jesus.
Hey, is there a license plate on this sedan that I can zoom in on?
Roll it.
I've been
Gather
collecting
cyber
evidence.
sensors, cyber. Yep, 3 dice.
Yeah. Rolled a 1, a 2, and a 3, and they are all failures.
No, successes, because you want
Successes.
stat or less.
Is it not 6 or more?
No, it's 6 or less.
Less.
So I've learned how to play this game. Hour and 42 minutes in.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm a president of a role-playing society, and I still don't know what dice to roll in these.
Because I thought
Every
it
time
was,
someone's like, roll for this, I'm like, which one?
my brain went, we're playing on D12. So that means that if my stat is 6, I'm looking for 6 or more. And if it's 5 or whatever, I'm looking for 5 or less.
Anyway,
I've been role playing for 5 years. Experience doesn't matter. Yeah, that's
it's
pretty
not like I spent more than 30 seconds explaining it, to be fair. I really didn't.
Amy, the funny
Successes.
thing about me still not knowing how to play D&D though is the dice is always a D20, and I still ask.
They'll ask what dice. Every time she's like, "Wait, what do I roll?" And it's like, "It's a."
And I
it's a
was like, it's like
D20.
D20 roll, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh.
So,
But yeah, pretty
the
successful.
Soul Folks home, you know there's an Uber on the way. You've got the number plate of the VET
Yeah.
surveillance vehicle, Louis.
Yeah.
Schrodinger, you know this place has a van that they use for outings.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that because these guys are all retired and so on, it's fully automatic, so it's fully controllable.
It's like a Tesla.
If there's 3 pedals, that's 1 cat on each pedal and
Well, you
1
don't-
cat driving.
I mean, you can just jack into it.
But which is more fun?
Well, there is that point, yes.
Can it be a Tesla Cybertruck since it's in the future?
Well, it's more a Tesla Cyber minivan.
Okay, cool.
Is it named after Grimes' 18th child?
Yes, but no one has
Well,
yet figured out how to
XA.
pronounce it. Well, that was after they got the rules changed to allow Unicode names. So
Well,
it's
they now live
a
on-
string of
it's like-
emoji.
They also live on Mars now, so like there's the whole Martian thing, and
Yeah. How do we know this game isn't on Mars?
That's the big twist at the end of it, is that we're actually on Mars.
camera fans say we've been on Mars the whole time.
Wait, it's been Mars the whole time.
Uber pulls up outside, and opposite it pulls up the black sedan.
Okay. Schrodinger says, guys, I think there's a car in the back we can take. I don't think it's safe to take that one. And he kind of gestures to the window.
I've got to know if it's license plate so I can work out if it's just the one following us or if it's more than one.
Cool. So,
Van sounds good.
Are you guys hungry?
Always.
Look down at my little belly that's deflated because it's been a while since I've had the kibble, and yeah, I could eat.
Louis like gets them to follow him into a room.
A room.
a room.
Yep, a room.
Which room?
I don't remember
Louis
the
gets
thing
stabbed
that
in the
I
back.
wrote in character creation. I'm just checking.
They fed you this place.
Yeah, they did.
We
But
go
what
into
was
the
the name of
deep-
the person that fed me?
Oh, I'm making that up. That Captain Tom walks the garden.
Oh, okay. Captain Tom, okay.
He's just finished his 400th lap. He's coming back in.
His pause. He's just paused. Yeah.
Schrodinger like looks up at him expectantly and does his best impression of a meow that he can.
Oh, I can do my 25 hertz per.
Well, if you're going to make an impression of a meow, roll it.
Is it cyber or kitten?
Well, it's definitely kitten, so that's 1 dice, 3 or less for you.
No.
What the? What?
Can
What are you?
Can I distract with I'll quickly take my hat off and put it behind my back, my big glassy eyes and my 25 hertz per.
Roll it.
Cat,
So, what is it?
cat.
2 dice, 5 or less.
Creative use of terrain or scenery with the whole hat stuff? No. Okay. 1 success.
Oh, a cute cat. What? And you can see Captain Tom used to feed you, help you, Schrodinger. Sorry, back when you were called Mr. Business.
Schrodinger looks up at Tom and he's like, he knows that if he talks, it's going to fuck him up. So he's like, I'm not going to talk to him. So he looks up at him, he kind of rolls his eyes and then jumps onto the shelf where he knows he keeps the cat treats and then pulls the bag out and like looks at him expectantly.
Is there a mug on the shelf as well that you can just go?
And I knock off one of those, like, what are those, like, porcelain babies that old people collect?
Oh, God.
Knock one of those.
Oh my goodness.
You are Mr. Business. What happened to you? Gosh. Oh my. Well, this is all a bit much.
Healing purr, so he doesn't
Roll
have a
it.
heart attack on us.
Roll it.
To be fair, I used my 25 hertz per to get his attention. Is this not?
You
just
did. No, this is saving him.
He's about to have a heart attack, lads. We're
Schrodinger,
about to kill him.
failures have consequences.
Alan, can we X-card this, please? Can we have
Cool.
draw veil
Okay.
over this? Yeah.
Yep, no, fair. Mr. Captain Tom's like, but are you Mr. Business? But you don't look right. And grabs the other pack of kibble and pours some out for Louis and is like, what happened to you? But it's all taking time. And you can hear the knock on the front door. Well, it's the sort of knock that federal agents do, where they push the door open, then knock on it, then keep walking.
Schrodinger, like, doesn't want to let the others know that he's a bit upset that Tom's, like, upset by the way he looks. So Schrodinger kind of, like, goes up to Tom and, like, nuzzles into him a little bit. And then puts his head up for a treat.
There's a scritch. Looks at you and is like, I remember there being another cat here. Are you them? Oh, so long ago. Footsteps in the hallway. Louis, you can see these scritches. Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
be really nice. Meow.
Captain Tom sits down carefully and scritches Louis, scritches Schrodinger, and then pours some more kibble out into the bowl. The footsteps are coming down the corridor.
And when Tom,
Sorry, you go.
when Tom sits down, Schrodinger curls up on his lap in his rocking chair like he used to do when he used to come for treats.
Oh. And that just totally triggers all of Captain Tom's memories, that it's you and he's that despite your different kind of look and all the rest of it, it's definitely you. And Captain Tom relaxes, and
I've snuggled into just a random like old person's fluffy slipper that is sitting there, but my head's still poking out for scritches. The scritches are my weakness.
And he pulls out a little tartan blanket and settles it over the two of you.
Terminator kind of steps out from the shadows and just starts hissing because he's so done with all the emotional stuff, and there are footprints coming and we need to move. Also, he knows that if he steps into Captain Tom's view, Captain Tom's probably going to freak out.
Well,
so that will hurry things along, surely.
Giant rusted steel cat. Yep. So
Yeah.
What do you do? What do you do? These footprints are coming. You've got seconds.
Are they coming towards us?
Oh yeah.
So
But you're busy. You're busy on Tom's lap. Louis, you're curled around a slipper, scritches. Terminator, Cheshire?
So when Cheshire is going to hear Perminator's warning, Cheshire is basically going to, so you know, this sort of top cabinet in the kitchen or something near the kitchen door. Cheshire is going to position himself there to pounce on the federal agents when they walk through the door.
Roll it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's, am I rolling cat or cyber? Cat, right? Because I'm pouncing?
Yeah, that sounds very cat-like, the sort of classic distraction pounce rather than the tear to shreds teeth pounce.
Yeah, in that case, it's only one success.
Cool. Perminator?
Perminator is going to go up to like Captain Tom's like lap where the two of them are curled up and just kind of bat at his leg lightly just to try and break this scene up.
Cool. Well, Cheshire, you've distracted them because one of them recognizes you. There's one, they're here, quick! And one of them has basically a oversized butterfly net, but not made of butterfly material. That's all steel wire. They know better. And is chasing you.
You've got company.
I mean,
can hear
out of
that.
character, we
Guys,
do need to get a ride back to the lab.
Wait, are we getting captured on purpose?
It's a classic maneuver.
We could get captured on purpose, or we could try and escape out of the window.
Or we could steal their car.
Holy shit, yes.
To be fair, we would get through the gate. We could go out the window and take the sedan.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, cool.
Cheshire, you're being chased around this old folks' home by a couple of besuited operatives with a large net.
How many operatives are there?
Well, it was a sedan, so probably no more than 3.
Okay.
Right.
We all take on one and you hack into the car, Schrödinger.
So can I lead them around like in a circle around the corridors just to keep their attention on me so that Perminator can attack them?
Roll it. This sounds like your whole face distraction thing.
Yep, that's
Camouflage
2 successes.
skin. Yep.
Two successes.
You keep one of them very busy. The other one's like, wait, I've got other signals. The others are here too. And is trying to keep the other one on task, but kind of failing. So you've definitely sidetracked one of them.
Can Perminator run up and start attacking the one that's like not the one that's distracted, the one that knows there's definitely other ones there because
the one who's like looking at their little scanner device.
Yeah, so Cyber Tail, and do I get one for the other one being distracted?
Yep, totally.
Sick. 3, and I gotta get under 5. Ah, crap. That's 2 successes.
Nice. What do you do with them?
What with the guy distracted?
This guy you've just leapt at. What happens?
The Perminator leaps at him, claws out, digs his claws into the guy's chest, and then uses his tail to try and whip whatever scanner he's got in his hand, like out of his hand. Doesn't really mind taking the hand off in the process. If that has to happen, then that has to happen. Problem solved.
Problem solved indeed. I believe there's electronics screaming and running. Will elide the gruesomeness because, PG something.
Nice.
PG, and then in brackets, but with swears.
Well, yeah.
Like a 12A, you get a few swear words.
Yeah.
So that's one down, Perminator. One distracted, Cheshire. Louis and Schrodinger.
This is Schrodinger's man. I'm gonna.
So warm on that lap, Schrodinger.
I'm gonna slink out to go deal with the third guy and sort of meow back to Schrodinger about, hey, they've got a cool sedan.
I'm gonna
We've got
say
a need for speed.
Schrodinger will kind of move back and then be like, I'll go set up the car. When it's ready, I will send a signal. You guys will know. You will know what it is.
Yeah.
So Louis?
Okay. Is there like a fire alarm or like a sprinkler system thing that I could cool
There's
on?
definitely a fire alarm, yeah.
Cool.
You can evacuate this retirement home.
I essentially want to cause a massive crowd distraction. So I imagine it's just like Mexican standoff, corridor, just there's an agent at one end, camera zooms in on his face as he locks eyes with me, and I see this thing and I just go. and
this agent
of elderly people come out in the corridor as he runs forward.
The agent dashes towards you. The walking frame comes out of one of the side rooms. The pause, the not quite collision. Excuse me, young man, you're going the wrong way from someone with their walking frame. It's just the chaos. Well, roll it actually. To be fair.
Would you say that's cat because pettiness or cyber?
Pettiness definitely wins.
Pettiness is cat. Creative use of terrain?
Yes.
So 2.
Yep.
I can't really think of anything else that would work. That's 1 success.
Cool. Distracted him, but hasn't stopped him. He's still in that corridor, still coming for you. He'll definitely be in pursuit whenever you go. Schrodinger, you were going for the car?
Yep. I will once nuzzle my face against Tom and then jump out of the window and slink across the road into the car to go.
You open the window first, or is this just dramatic straight out through the glass?
I don't want to break his window.
Okay, cool.
If that's the kitchen window.
Oh, that's the kitchen window. Yeah, I'll break it, whatever.
Tom's like, as you go out through the window, glass explodes everywhere, land on the driveway, and head for the car. Give me that hacking.
Keep hitting this guy in circles until I get a signal.
Schrodinger?
I go into the car and I hack it.
Cool, roll it.
Just 2.
Yep.
2 successes.
Nice. Bleep, 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 bleep. Access granted.
Once the access is granted, I shoot my laser into the sky.
Just the cat signal appears.
Is it like a paw or like the parent?
It's like a giant cat laser pointer, and that cat's nowhere to go.
It's the thing that's on our background for our stream.
Yes.
Yeah.
The cat symbol.
Yes.
Cats assemble. Perminator, you notice that as Louis is heading towards, Chesure's gotten free, Schrodinger's already through there, you're free, but you notice as Louis is heading towards the car that there's an agent in hot pursuit.
Okay, even though Louis is giving him so much goddamn hassle.
There's a bit of gap, but yeah.
He'll roll his eyes and then run after the guy that's in hot pursuit and try and leap at him from behind with the tail. Just try and...
Just tripping him or...
I mean, usually preferably taking off a foot, but tripping will do the trick.
As they say, that is.
And that is 3 successes, baby.
Oh, yes.
So when you guys get out of here in this car, are any of the agents left to report?
Oh shit! I haven't thought that.
Your call.
How much time?
You got 3 successes. Terminator? You can remove.
There's only 2 people left.
If you give him the time, Terminator will go around and finish off the agents before he gets in the car.
Thanks.
Cat gangs be lethal, my dude.
Little red paw prints stick out to the car.
Ichi gang.
The car pulls out. I'm guessing Schrodinger
Just
knows
a
how
black-
to control this. How good a
black window
driver
comes
is
down.
Schrodinger?
Get in.
I'm like, get in, losers. We're going hacking.
So as we get in the car, Cheshire is going to say, you know, all property is theft, so all theft is our property.
Oh, yeah.
What a revolution.
That old book, Communism.
Terminator will just sit in the back and lick the blood off of his paws, just like, right, can we get going? No, thank you.
Back in the old folks' hoax, there's consternation at the three. Anyway, moving on.
So should we take a break now for about 10 minutes?
Yep,
The
car
car-
heads out down
Yeah.
the road. It's got all the ID passes, so it looks like it's a VET corporate vehicle. It'll go straight into the building. But first, a break.
We will be back in 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. We'll be back
Yeah.
around 10 past. So keep hanging, keep commenting on the stream, keep bringing people to follow the page because we're so close to 50 followers and it would be amazing if we hit 50. Remember to donate to Maggie's charity if you can. Every little helps. I know these are tough times right now. Money is really sparse for all of us. But if you can donate a little bit, it would be really great. And remember to go stay hydrated and eat something too, because that's what we're about to do. And I think Sophie should take us to our break screen now.
Also, shout out to Umbra for following really quick before we go.
Yes, thank you, Umbra. Also, if that's an Adventure Zone reference, you're great. If not, you're still great.
So just link to
finish
the
it.
donation is below, is just below the screen for this stream on our Twitch page. There's a little button that says donate to our charity.
And thank you to our lovely member Caitlin for sending me a video of her own cats to inspire me. Shout out.
Also, shout out to Duncan for promoting us without being asked across all of the other Discords that they're in.
An angel.
We shall just sit here and shut up until that lovely screen comes up for transition.
Oh.
Right. Hi, everyone. We're back. So before we get started, I just wanted to flag something up for everyone's benefit. You would have noticed a scene in the last hour, towards the end of that bit, where things were getting a bit difficult, especially when it came to old people dying. So that's one thing I wanted to flag up, because it's one thing we at Geas are quite take quite seriously, and that is how we can play games in a manner that is safe and inclusive for everyone. So what I did there was I asked Alan to X-card the incident, and Alan just swerved around and changed the scene so that it was not particularly graphic about old people dying, because I appreciate that that's a theme that all of us want to avoid. This is something that we take very seriously, and at Geas, we do train GMs and talk about game safety, and we've had loads of workshops and discussions on how to learn to use safety tools like this. Alan was the GM who taught me how to use X-cards and lines and veils. So yeah, that's just my quick announcement of one of the things at Geas that we believe in, and that is a play culture that is safe and inclusive to everyone. But having said that, sorry, Alan?
As a GM, that kind of X-card intervention is so helpful, because it's so easy when you're in the flow of things to just keep escalating, and having the X-card to kind of go, no, let's keep this on genre, on style, keep the play fun and equal, is so helpful as a GM to really stop me running away with myself, because it's far too easy to do. So thank you, Vivek, for doing that, and thank you for talking about that. It's such an important thing to make games inclusive and welcoming. And safe.
No worries. Anyway, Robin, I'll hand it over to you to take over.
Just to add to that before I say my little speech about the charity, at Geas, we are really passionate about game safety, and we actually make it mandatory that all GMs have some sort of safety tool. So things like X-carding and T-cards are standard practice in any games that are run at Geas. For anyone that's new or anyone that's interested or concerned about content like that coming up in games where you're playing with people you might not know very well. But after talking about that, just to plug again, we are, if you are able to, we understand that money's tight, as Amy said earlier, but if you're able to, we are raising money. We have a tip jar for Maggie's, which is a charity that works with people living with cancer and their families to give them support and guidance and any help that they may need. We have raised money for them in the past, and we will be donating it all in a lump sum very soon after the stream, obviously. So if you can donate, there is a button down below that says donate to our charity, and you can hit there and you can donate if you have any funds and you're able to do so.
Thank you, Harvey, for donating £10. That just popped up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, it just popped up.
Right.
But thank you,
Harvey.
So Harvey, if you ever want to intervene on someone's actions or roles, please put it in the chat.
Yeah.
It really works.
And after that wonderful plug for our charity, which we got a donation, so thank you, Harvey. I'm going to pass it back to Alan, who will briefly recap what's just happened before we go on to and do some shenanigans. I had a lot of pizza. Do some shenanigans. And my partner is now walking towards me like a goblin.
But not like a cat. And that brings us to our protagonists, the pro-catanists. No, that's not a word.
I'm trying to think. Is cantagonists? Or that the cat?
Yeah, catagonists, that'll do.
I can't think of cat puns.
Feralins instead of heroines.
We've come to know that our four heroes, that are the Perminator, Schrodinger, Cheshire, and Louis Perot, are the products of a secret program of the evil space and other science exploration company by the name of Vertical Exploration Technologies, VET for short. They were being sent on a deadly mission to do the bidding of their corporate overlord. But thanks to a tragic failure of public services, their van was destroyed and they managed to escape. After a harrowing journey across the city, meeting their old lives, their old cat selves rather than their new robot connections, meeting the Perminator's old gang, the Jellicles, and the fellow cats of the city. Meeting Louis Perot's mentor and trainer, the journalist Jonathan, who specializes in exposés of corporate malfeasance. This sounds right up their alley. And Schrodinger's old friends from when they're alley cat days, from the old people's home across the road. And who can forget Project Chesure's tragic past. Young girl Sally, who still wishes for her cat back, for young Stripes to return. Chesure left a gift for them, of course, to remind them that they still existed. And Sally's happiness and hope knows no bounds. The shredded bird, a treasured memento.
That day, Sally decided to become a mortician.
Oh, that corpse is gonna rot in her bedroom.
Knowing how gross kids are, she probably has it in a shoebox right as we speak, like under her bed. She's probably named it.
Yeah, it's gonna rot. It's gonna cause a smell.
She has smacked a bow on that dead bird. The
best gift she's ever received.
In our final confrontation, we saw our heroes being pursued by the agents of VET in their black sedan with their creepy cat follower and their nets. But in a quick streak of murder, the Perminator put an end to them and traversed the car.
I think you meant Meowder.
Oh.
And we know for certain that those agents won't be back.
I'll leave.
I'm sure there's a clause in our contract that doesn't allow for that.
What contract? I didn't sign anything.
And now we see our catagonists in their stolen car, rolling into the parking garage underneath the Vertical Exploration Technologies lab.
Does Schrodinger do just the most perfect parallel park ever?
I learned to drive on GTA. I just do the worst parking. I just like crash into 3 cars.
Yeah, GTA parking is definitely a different spot. Far above them in the top floors of this building is, of course, Dr. Tabitha Perina, the orchestrator of the program, the person who arranged for our heroes to be kidnapped from their mortal lives and turned into strange robotic creations. And between here and there lie all sorts of problems. The machines of the laboratories, the other cats, partway through the program, partway through their conversion, not free, not yet. Maybe they need rescue, help.
Hey, Schrodinger.
Yep.
Could you get connected to the net so that I could live stream what we're about to go through?
Wait, this is a live stream from within a live... We've already met the players in a retirement home. My head is exploding.
There's nothing better than just bad live stream of someone in the moment, shaky hand camera.
Schrodinger's like, do you know what? I know just the feed that we can hijack. And he like kind of like hacks into your like camera system using a signal, and he connects it to a stream of the old people playing their D&D campaign from the old people's home underneath a pseudonym, GEASLive.
You know, all the people who keep complaining that universities are indoctrinating people into postmodernism.
Wait, can't we call it GEASLive?
GEASLive. No, but GEAS now stands for Geriatrics Everywhere, attempting some sort of roleplay.
It's GEAS with a tiny R in brackets. Everyone keeps thinking it means it's rated R. No, it's just, it needs it for roleplay.
Yeah.
So our heroes park their car. I'm assuming this isn't pretty or tidy or quiet.
I recklessly abandoned the car.
Do you stop it
first? Be glad that there's car left.
I mean, it's presumably still moving at quite some speed when you leap out the window, right?
Obviously. We'll have 9 lives, it's fine. We can lose 1 jumping out of car.
So is this your way of getting from the car park into the building proper? Just crashing a car into the doors?
Oh yeah, just crash it into the wall.
Roll it.
Oh, do I have to? Okay. I'm taking. It's cyber, right?
It's cyber control devices and one for definitely already having stolen the car.
I love how my bells jingle when I roll. 2 successes.
Cool. Car goes through the doors that lead into the security, into the laboratories above. Obviously destroying the security system, meaning you don't have to worry about how to get past, a password access panel and armed guards, because they're currently having issues with a car. And our heroes sidle into the building in the chaos, the smoke and the dust and the roaring engine and the utter mayhem that is having a car crash into the base of the building. Now, where are you going to head? In here, there's the machinery, the hated machinery. There's some people, the technicians who ran this stuff, and some of them are bad and some of them, aren't. And there's the other cats. Somewhere might be Project K7, 8, maybe K9, who knows? That is their cyber dog program. And of course, there's the CEO. What's first?
I think we should strategically work our way up floor by floor. Just sweep.
Okay. What's first?
Let's
really
get
change the answer, other than the CEO is definitely not.
Let's get the other cats first.
I would say take out the others before the cats.
Yeah, because there's going to be security.
Cats is going to.
Only thing is, actually, I was about to say there's safety in numbers, but like Perminator has sort of, after the hole was created in the wall with the car, he's gotten sort of gang members. He's an honorary member at this point, but like fellow gang members to kind of sneak in so that we do have the safety in numbers of them just kind of sneaking about.
Yep.
So we could probably take down the guards first.
Perminator's the legacy advisor of the gang.
Yes. Yes.
So understandably, there's guards and people running towards the sounds of a car crash, because that's not a normal sound in an office block. What do you do?
I quite like the idea that I've used my pyramid manipulatively. Since I'm the one who's still, I think, most cattish, can I make the sound of a poor kitten who's been hurt to distract and give the others advantage, essentially?
Yeah. Guard comes running around the corner. It's Steve.
Oh, fuck.
You recognize Steve. You see the dog patch on their shoulder.
Oh.
Actually, roll it. Well, then we'll know which guard it is. Roll it. Sorry. I forget my sequence of events here sometimes. The joy of...
so 25 hertz per
cat,
so probably 2.
Yep.
1 success.
2 guards run around the corner. Steve and Cersei. One is friendly, just to keep a bowl of Whiskers treats on their desk. The other, Steve, has a dog patch on their shoulder, has a box of dog biscuits under their desk. The 2 are twins, and they do not get along. But they both come running around the corner and meet this purring kitten. They pause. They look, they freeze, obviously startled by this, kind of puzzled by the idea of large crash car, small purring kitten. It's a juxtaposition that they weren't quite expecting.
I've placed myself so I'm near enough the wheel at like an angle so it looks like I just let the car hit me, but I'm not actually,
Yep. They're distracted, but they're focused on you.
That's fine. That's what I wanted.
Schrodinger gets hit by a car, and now Schrodinger hits with car.
Yes. So, given the opportunity Louis given you by distracting them, what are you going to do, Perminator? Cheshire, Schrodinger?
Leg it in there. Find a hiding spot. Figure out where the nearest set of stairs are.
Yep. Where are you headed to? You know this building. You've been around this building before.
Well, we were going to work up floor by floor. So.
Yep. What's on the next floor?
The next floor.
As you start in the basement car park, obviously there's not a lot down here.
So the next floor would probably be like the reception area, and it might have a security room in it, because that seems like the kind of floor they do all that stuff on. So
that's where a lot of the staff are and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of the offices, all the more secure stuff is upstairs. Is that right? Yep. Cool.
Yeah, that seems all right.
Cool. So you go charging upstairs into the area where all the people are. Schrödinger, same. Treasure.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna follow Perminator and head upstairs to. Yeah.
And Paul Louis, who got left behind with a 1 success, which is a partial.
Oh, I thought I was going to go, fam. I thought I'd distract them and then you would attack them from behind. But okay, cool, chill. I can work with this. It's fine.
See, partial successes have consequences.
Yep.
And in this case, that consequence is a cat box.
Oh, fuck.
I hate cowboys.
Circe's carrying it, but
I'm going to be playing up pretending to be injured, I guess.
oh, we'll get you to the doctor. Come on.
Oh, shit. Louis says it's gone from bad to worse to worst. I don't know why it's so funny.
You say, doctor, oh shit, or you just meow?
Just meow, but there's definitely like the tone of the meow is less like a meow, more like a nah.
I want the Perminator to just shout, "Oh shit!"
Oh shit! Cockney now.
Steve is like, well, there's one, there's always more. I'll go get the search dogs.
Fucking Steve!
Heads off to get the search dogs, but
Yo, should we?
Can I use my cyber senses to send the message to Schrödinger, who has hacked into my system to say they're coming with cyber dogs?
and so will take you away. The three of you arrive upstairs. This has got the sort of security reception area. Obviously, the stairs are beyond reception because they're from the stairs come up into reception, so you can go past the security desk. Inside, there's the rooms that have the dentist, doctor. Maybe you'd call them a vet. Always a pleasant word for cats.
The noise the Perminator is making.
But also on the ground floor is the loading bay where they have the large, enormous stacks of kibble. And there's the storeroom where the intern has all sorts of stuff, and so on. So, to get through to the lab area upstairs, you're going to have to go through the building.
Terminator's probably heading towards this, like, whatever security room will have all the like cat CCTV and stuff, so he can get all that turned off.
Cool. You go dashing into the security room. Normally, Steve or Circe would be here because it's their job to be the reception security, but they're currently busy. Steve's letting the dogs out, and Circe has currently got Louis in a box. So, yeah, room full of security cameras, monitors, and all that kind of stuff. You can see the little plastic dog toy in front of Steve's desk.
Is that Louis?
Well, Louis is still coming up the stairs.
Oh, can we see that in the CCTV that Louis?
Oh, of course. You can see Louis being carried in a box by Circe, who's like patting Louis all concernedly and has actually found some kibble in their pocket and is popping it through the gaps in the cat box.
Louis and his fucking 2 legs.
And you can also see Steve just reaching the door labeled Canine Project.
Right. Perminator will kind of like turn to Chess and be like, "It's fine. Louis likes 2 legs," and then slam his whip down into the control panel.
No, I think we need to get all of them out. Louis be in a cat box. We need to spring them now before things heat up.
Sparks.
I agree. Slam, slam, slam.
Sparks, shattered glass, broken electronics, smoke. It's utter chaos in here. It looks like a creature of destruction has gone wild.
So Cheshire's hindquarters have just turned invisible. Anyway, carry on, Robin.
We're not sure, because the animation's a bit janky, as to whether the cat tail, the whip that destroys walls, actually went through where Cheshire had vanished. Whether Cheshire vanishes or vanishes.
Schrodinger just looks at the absolute butchery of all of these electronics and then looks at the Perminator and he's like, you know, I could have just turned them off. And then he goes, when in Rome, and pushes the monitor off of the desk.
He gets a little nod from Perminator as he then leaves the room to head on up the stairs.
Inwards. And this is the area in the building where they kind of have a cover as a legitimate medical enterprise for people's treasured pets. And you can see the sign down the hallway, dentist. And then the other one on the other side, Dr. Orwell. Obedience. But yeah, the dentist. Treasure, you remember this room. You spent a lot of time in here because, you know, installing a giant set of chrome teeth isn't simple work. You remember that room. You remember the pain and the screaming and the blood.
Yeah, and Cheshire is basically just gnashing his teeth as he walks past. And
Pre-warning for gore, by the way.
Sorry, yes. Dentists.
So he's just gnashing his teeth as he's walking past the door. And he's going to try and peep through the sort of the frosted glass panel to try and see if there are any cats inside the room.
Yes, there are. Of course there are. There's one in a box ready next, and there's one on the table. You know they'll be gassed out, but never quite enough.
Mm.
And looming over them, you can see the figure of the dentist. You can hear the whine of the drill. So
Cheshire is going to as Cheshire sees this, he's going to arch his back again, and then he's going to stand up on his sort of hind legs, look up towards a vent, and then again his tail and everything's going to go invisible until his teeth are sort of floating in the air, and then he's going to fold his jowls over the teeth and then start climbing through, breaking into the room through the vents.
Roll up. 3 dice, I believe.
Right, so that is 2 successes.
Cool. Treasure vanishes, and somewhere in the room they appear. Where?
So I'm going to say the vent opens above one of the filing cabinets,
Yep.
a tall filing cabinet, and I'm on top of the filing cabinet looking down at the one cat that's been anesthetized and where the dentist is. I've got like a sort of bird's eye view over all of them from that high vantage point.
You can see the dentist hasn't actually started yet. They're just preparing their tools.
Mm. So I'm basically going to go for a very fast, very brutal takedown of the dentist straight away.
Roll it. Ouch.
Yeah.
I hear an odd noise from next door.
Yeah. Oh boy, that's exactly 2 successes.
Mm.
Now, if I was being my normal graphic self, I won't. Because, you know, you did set up a glass door. It's perfect for... down goes the vet. I believe we just see the crashed furniture. We see the vet laying on the ground.
Splat.
The whine of the drill as it dangles and just swings back and forth. The whine just
It's that scene in Finding Nemo, basically.
And you balanced on the steel tray, you know, the surgery bench, simply uncabling the other poor victim here. Cool. The vet looks at you with a kind of, Cheshire, my finest work.
And then you are too naive if you believe that I'd take this lying down.
But I gave you a gift.
You took my family from me.
Huh. Under that, he slumps into silence. They rescue a couple of stray cats, come out with you. They're a bit puzzled. They're not nearly as cybered as you, so they're not nearly as kind of thoughtful and planning and communicative and things, but they're reasonably canny.
And I'm just going to give them the usual, okay, be safe, keep an eye out, stay low, stay down, that kind of stealth talk. As we leave the room, I'm just going to give them those instructions as we cut to someone else.
Yep, cool. So in the corridor outside, as the dentist is dealt with, we see Schrodinger and Perminator heading down the corridor. Coming up the stairs at the end of the corridor, of course, is Circe.
Oh, deal with the cyber dogs. Schrodinger's just been getting fucking like buzz of cyber dogs, fucking cyber dogs.
And further along from the basement, you hear bark, bark, bark. And it's definitely the word bark.
Bork. Bork.
Bork. Bork. Bork.
Bork.
And the way it's bork, 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 bork. This is pack hunting communication.
Ooh.
That's exciting.
Sexy.
They're not here yet. If you head quickly upstairs, maybe you'll be ahead of them. Or maybe you could confront them before they're all out.
Who let the dogs out?
Bork, 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 bork.
So, Perminator, Schrodinger, dogs or upstairs?
Dogs.
Cool. Schrodinger?
Doggos.
What was that? Sorry.
Doggos.
Doggos. Cool. Right.
Bufferinos.
Circe comes up the stairs carrying.
Like opposite sides of the corridor as like they leave.
I think it's got to be the classic T-junction. Circe, stairs, Steve. Bounding dogs, their claws raking on the lino, just tearing shreds out of the floor, their eyes glowing red, their teeth sharp and large.
So, Alan, remember how you asked, how you promised Harvey a free intervention because of his donation? He has requested one of the dogs being a corgi.
The giant black dog, sleek and menacing, growls at you from one corridor.
It's a metal loaf.
Oh, this one's not a little metal loaf. This one's big.
This one's not the Corgo.
Nasty. Oh no, this isn't the Corgo.
The Corgo's the final boss.
The Corgo's the final boss. His loaf is too strong for us.
So if any of you have any bright ideas you'd want to throw our way, feel free to donate and tell us in the chat what you'd want.
He's the final boss because he's too disapproving.
So, Perminator.
Yes, the whip swish with excitement. He is freaking. He'll turn to Schrodinger and he'll just kind of be like, "Go get the dumbass in the hat," and then turn back to the dog and start running at him to try and whip him.
Cool, roll it.
To whip it real good.
Whip it real good. You must whip it.
2 successes.
The fur flies.
By the way, Schrodinger goes, which dumbass in the hat? The cat in the hat or Louis?
We don't talk about the cat in the hat, okay?
Louis feels personally victimized that the cat in the hat would be associated with him in any way.
Perminator tears down the corridor. The giant canine unit tears along in the other direction. There is a collision. There is claws scraping at walls. There's the sound of torn concrete and ripped steel. And then there's a calm, purring Perminator, surrounded by pieces of machinery.
Licking his paws, whipping his tail. Just very chilled. Go down the corner. Did you get the dumbass in the hat?
Schrodinger, dumbass in the hat.
I'm on it. Schrodinger slinks down the hallway to where Louis is, and he.
See, Louis being carried by Circe, a little kibble being dropped in. Not much, Actually, there's a finger dangled in for scritches.
I'm gonna follow until the box gets put on the floor.
The box will get put on the security desk at reception.
Okay,
Oh, she's taking great. Thank God.
I'm going to sneak up behind the box and I just whisper through the bars. I'm like, shh. And then I'm like, I can't believe I have to do this. This is so embarrassing. And then like I get out one of my like cybernetically enhanced claws and I kind of like sharpen it. And then I like start cutting around the edge of the box. But it's like, I'm trying to keep it quiet, but it's going all jaggedy because I can't do a smooth cut because it's plastic.
Roll it.
Okay. I'm going to use cybernetic enhancement.
Yes, obviously.
And sneaky, so 3. Da-da-da-da.
You don't have sneaky.
I don't have a sneaky, so I have 2. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have 1 success.
Well, you can get Louis out.
Cool.
Or you can not be seen.
So you'll be like, I got this. She's gonna see you.
Okay, I get halfway through cutting and notice that she's gonna see me and then hide.
Cool. Cersei comes back and it's like,
I'll make it look like I was the one that was pushing at the hole to get out.
oh, you want out? And she's like got a little thing of water and so on. She opens the hatch on the cat box.
She is so manipulative.
Let's roll. Let's see that manipulation roll. Actually, I think press pass will count for this. Come on, let's see this be the perfect humble kitty cat roll.
Can I also 25 hertz powerless? And cyber?
If you're going to cheat, if you're going to manipulate Cersei rather than be a nice cat.
Two successes.
The calming soporific effect is strong. Cersei kind of blinks and wobbles, almost asleep from the 25 hertz per. And out. Escapes Louis and Schrödinger. You meet up with Chezra in the corridor. You find Perminator.
Yeah, I see the door for Orwell.
You do. You hear through the door the familiar sound. Sit. Good kitty.
You sort of see Louis arch for the first time. Got some unfinished business.
Yes, Mr. Orwell, I'll get the...
I'll hop up and pull on the handle.
And pull down the handle, right. As the door swings open, you can see there's two people in there, actually. There's Dr. Orwell, the obedience trainer. There's also Jackie, who's a lab tech you remember, Schrödinger. The one who nursed you back to life.
Yeah.
The one who cared and helped.
Two legs are such chumps.
Yeah.
So now that the door is open, I'm just going to meow insistently at the two people in the lab.
I've opened the door and like I have my hat and like I've in one hand just a lighter and just as the door opens, tip the hat down to Orwell, throw the cigarette onto the floor.
And he just goes, "What's new, pussycat?"
Total whiplash. I believe Orwell gives you his best disappointed face.
I know it's an act. I like to manipulate from someone after all.
But behind him, Jackie goes, Schrödinger!
Mao.
You made it! You made it! Oh, so glad.
Mao.
And Orwell was like, Jackie, not the time for this. These cats need to learn obedience. Where are their control collars? Oh, well, we can fix that, can't we?
I'm gonna
You
scoot
see
between
him
his legs and
heading
stun him.
towards the computer bank where the override control system is that might be able to hack back into you.
I'm gonna scoot between his legs and stun him.
Roll
That's stunning tail and cyber. 2 fails, no successes.
He's reaching for their keyboard. Anyone else?
I'm gonna launch myself into Jackie's arms using my horrible cat robot legs.
Oh. Jackie catches you because she's friendly and lovely. You don't need to roll for that.
Okay, cool.
She's not hostile.
Cool.
Terminator?
Terminator will whip his tail against the ground, sort of at the frame of the door to try and get the asshole's attention, and just kind of do the whole menacing.
Ooh, roll me that reputation, tail whip, etc.
Unless he picks me up. Oh no.
Wait, so cyber, tail whip, reputation.
Yep.
2 successes.
He freezes. He doesn't press the key on the keyboard, where you can see he's put the sudo control -- Louis Perot. He's just about to press enter when you just catch his eye, and there's this, that stare down that he used on you. Well, maybe you learnt it. What do you say to him? What command do you give?
He'll kind of just like, sit, asshole.
Thunk down into the chair. It slowly rolls across the lab because, hey, it's a wheelie chair. And he's just like, what just, no, this can't.
Does he have any tech on him?
Oh, he works in a cyber lab. He's probably got some.
Hey, Schrodinger, could you give him a shock? Or Schrodinger completely busy?
Scramble. Well, I was gonna try and fuss and like push Jackie towards the override system and then like sneakily plug my tail in. But I could give him a shock.
I mean, there's probably control shock collars and things here if they do that kind of obedience training.
No, I was just thinking about like if he had a phone on him or something, just making it go.
Oh, definitely.
I can scramble some
cool.
signals and give him a little zap.
Yeah.
You distract him and going for the control system.
Oh, I don't know, because the control system will free all the cats with the collar.
Go for the control system because like Perminator can deal with the problem boy in the chair.
Do it.
Can Cheshire try and get a control collar on him?
Well, yes. So Schrodinger's heading for the control system. Cheshire heads for
2
the
successes.
Control collars. So Schrodinger, can we have your roll?
Can I roll 3 because Jackie's technically helping me?
Yes.
2 successes.
Cool. So Jackie's like, what do you want? Oh, and carries you over and you bound off onto the desk for all the computer control system that has all the cat, and you can see all the readouts of like vital signs and locations and all that.
Hey, Cheshire, take my collar. That's the one he already had the override in for.
So basically, you see a chrome grin appear, and just the grin, and Louis Perot's collar sort of come undone, and the collar levitate over to the Dr. Orwell and just fasten around his neck, and then Cheshire sort of fully becomes visible, having fastened the collar around his neck, and then leaps off, looks at him, and grins as
I'm sitting on his lap, looking up at him, getting ready to light up another cigarette.
While I'm doing my hacking business, it's probably, if it had a soundtrack, would be the soundtrack from the You Wouldn't Steal the Car advert. I shock him with the collar.
Cool.
Good boy.
And what do you do with the computer system, Schrodinger? Do you let all the cats out?
So I make all of the other collars scramble it. I scramble all of the signals from the other collars and just leave Orwell's on. and then all the other cats are free.
Cool.
And then probably Vivek will start some sort of union.
So let's just be clear. Cheshire won't. Vivek will start the union.
Yep.
This is not at all a trope. No, really.
As I blow the smoke into his face, I just go, power is not a means. It is an end, Dr. Orwell. And I'll stub it out on his wrist.
Aha! He tries to stand up to move away, and you see the sparking from the collar, and he sits back down very suddenly. No. No, you can't do this. Not to me. No. No.
You never really mattered. And I'll just whack the spacebar into override.
Since Harvey donated so generously, could he get his other suggestion of old Vivek from the old person's home coming in and forming a union for the cats at the end of the game?
That is a long way away. We need to see what happens with the rescue first.
We have unfortunately lost our Vivek for a little bit, but he shall return.
When
Right.
his internet allows.
When his
We will
internet allows.
jump. I'm now Alan, and Alan is now Amy.
We'll all scramble locations.
No.
Oh, I'm Vivek. I think
Amy,
this
I'm
it's
still
on
me,
you
it's
to
fine.
form a union. Hello.
Hello.
We are back. Sorry
Hi
about that.
guys.
Right, sorry about that. Technical difficulties.
Cat got into the wiring somehow.
You wouldn't
I think
have
no,
done.
according to the comment section, it was cyber rats.
Oh.
Ah, that'll
So
do
there
it.
you go. Makes sense. They've been chewing too many wires.
Dear oh dear. Need to invent a better rat trap. Which
Yes, that's the sequel one shot. Cyber Rats.
Yes, I'd be up for this.
Ratatouille something or other. So it's going to be cyber rats in a restaurant, right?
Ratatouille
Oh.
Perot.
Yes, but if we do Ratatouille,
Oh,
we have to attempt to do French. I don't. This is Russian.
This
Like this is why I don't do
no.
accents.
See,
my
you
accents are
guys,
far too migratory for that.
you guys thought Ratatouille, I thought Flushed Away. I was
Even
just
better. Even better. I want to play a singing slug.
What do you mean? I am a singing slug. That's just who I am.
But yes, we shall head back into the moment.
Yes.
Yes. So our heroes, having dealt with the hated Dr. Orwell, the obedience trainer, and met the fairly nice Jackie, the lab tech, who helped Schrodinger survive after their car crash, they head upstairs, because after all, the dogs are out on the ground floor, but not upstairs. And upstairs is where the cat cages are, which is where you now know you've unlocked, where you've undone the control collars, so that the cats are at least able to be free if you can physically set them free. But you get up to the top of the stairs, and there's two signs, of course, because there's always a choice. And one is cat storage. And the other is installation.
Oh no.
And from there, you can hear the whirring of saws.
Oh, you've never seen the Perminator look more stiff and uncomfortable by that sound.
Camera goes back on. Do you want to confront it or you want to run from it?
Is this where we split up?
Perminator is gonna knowing that he has friends hiding around this building that are probably watching him right now, he's gonna very tentatively act not scared and start moving towards the sounds of saw blades or whirrings and buzzings.
You want to roll that armored skin reputation cyber roll to look not scared, to make that really convincing.
Would that be 2?
I think 3. It's very hard to show emotion through metal skin, and you've got a reputation. Oh,
1 success.
1.
Oh, 3? 6. Hang on. 2 successes.
Do you look not scared because you're confident, or do you just look not scared because you're looking not scared?
I'm walking.
I look not scared because I'm stubborn.
I'm going to walk with Perminator because this room. If I showcase this, people are going to riot.
Yes. The two of you, the Cheshire and Schrodinger, are you heading the same way?
I don't see any point in splitting the party, so I'm
Cool.
happy just to follow.
Cool.
We all have beef with this room.
You do.
No, I'm going to go to cat storage. I'm going to try and get the cats free.
You're going to let the cats out?
Yeah.
Of the box. So our heroes head along the corridor, and there's the door for the cat workshop, the cybernetic installation. You can hear the saws, the machinery. This place is entirely robotic. It's a huge robotic surgery machine. We've all seen them in Star Wars with the unnecessarily pointy things and the extra blades. As the door automatically hisses open. And this is, of course, why Schrodinger's gone the other way, because there's no way they could get past this door. Sorry, why Cheshire's gone the other way, because, you know, this door is now open. You can't go through.
Cheshire just looks at the door open automatically and goes, nope, fuck that.
As Schrodinger, Perminator, and Louis head into the cat workshop, the machines whir around. You can see inside the sort of machine, there's probably a cat or something. You don't know. There's just so much whirring saw blades in metal.
For baby. Are there any 2 legs in this room?
Of course, there's the operator.
Sick.
Who's busy tapping away on the screen. You can see them manipulating some 3D design to sort of insert components into whatever is being operated on. They literally pick up a 3D model of something and just drop it in, then you see all the blades move.
I'm going to take my press pass out and from somewhere pull out an old timey camera with the big flash and just go of them doing their job to get their attention.
Roll it.
Oh, what would we say? So we've definitely got
Press pass.
Cyber.
Well, yeah, so you always get 1 dice. So that's 2 dice and 6, I think. Yeah, 2 dice and cyber.
And then creativity.
Creative use of the situation.
Thank you.
Is what that's for.
That's 3 successes.
Oh, this is for the newsletter, he says.
Yeah, kid.
And then turns to you and starts to spiel about their current project in an excited and interesting way, as if they're doing this for the internal corporate newsletter.
I'm going to get everything they can give me.
Perminator will be walking around behind him as he's giving his big speech, and then just hop up onto I was going to say onto a table, but knowing Perminator, hop up onto a box, onto a chair, and then onto a table.
With each sort of collapsing slightly as you jump up.
Leaving little dents and everything. And he'll just kind of like go over to, he'll sort of point his kind of head gesture at Schrodinger to go and deal with whatever the hell this machine's doing, because that seems more Schrodinger's deal. And then he'll go up behind the guy that's interviewing and wait for him to kind of have a pause and be like, I don't think you get the tone of this article. And then like whip the tail around a little bit, intimidatingly.
What are you trying to do? You're trying to scare him into what?
I'm more trying to scare him into like being frozen so that I can just deal with him quickly, I guess.
Roll it.
Yes, we're certainly going for more of an expose, if you will.
Can I add one for him already being like riled up from?
Yep.
So 4.
As I say expose, yes. I will let my tail alight as well.
3 successes.
What happens to this one?
I will not be too detailed. Let's just say that when he turns round, looking puzzled at Perminator, the tails quickly go at his neck.
So does he end up in his machine?
He will be kind of like the whips will hit his neck and then push him at the machine.
And there's this sort of tumble as he falls in, and then we just hear the whirring of saws.
Yeah.
Moving swiftly on. Schrodinger, were you going to hack this machine?
Oh, yeah.
To do what?
Explode.
Yeah, explode's good.
Cool.
Big bang.
Roll it.
I think that's 2.
Yeah.
1 success.
You know, sadly, most cybernetic surgery equipment doesn't have self-destructs. It's just not a normal feature. You can certainly make it just kind of saw through enough bits of itself that it's a bit balked. You can't make it make a super spectacular explosion.
I'll make it saw through bits of itself, and then once I've done all I can, I'll turn to the Perminator and I'll be like, it's all on you, kid. You're gonna have to do one of those numbers that you did on the computers upstairs on this one.
Crunch. Meanwhile, down the corridor, Treasure, sneaking into the storeroom where all the cats are, the rows and rows of cages, the automatic feeding system, the automatic and forever jamming litter tray system.
Oh.
The IV drips for the ones who've just been through surgery and so on. It smells bad. It smells of fear and sadness and a machine oil.
So am I in this room, yeah?
Yep, and you can see the intern who's quite a nice guy, and he's walking along, and he's like stopped in front of one of them, and he's giving them scriptures, and he's like, oh, your little cat, a little mouse, and he picks up a little mouse toy that's fallen to the floor and pops it back in through the top of the cage, and so on.
The intern's still getting fired.
Wait, the intern is in the cage?
No, he's in the room.
Oh.
And he's just wandering around, kind of just, trying to care.
Right. So I'm going to. So where does he puts the toy mouse into one of the cages?
Yep.
I'm going to start letting some of the cats out of the cages one at a time.
Roll it.
I rolled 2 12s.
Clink, cage. Cage opens. Cat looks at you, terrified, as just behind you, you hear buck, 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 buck. And they're in the room with you. And they're moving fast, 3 of them. 2 huge black monstrosities like the one the Perminator had to deal with. And the 3rd, far smaller. Its little heavy paws patting on the floor, its silver fur glinting, and the little turret on its back slowly tracking back and forth.
Right, are you happy there, Harvey?
The one at the back, the little heavy artillery corgi, looks at you and says, hands up. No, paws up.
I like to think it made that actually.
Right.
Mistake.
So
and you see the red dot from its laser sight settle on you.
Oh no, do you follow the red dot?
Well, that's not. So Cheshire's going to start fading away to make a run for it.
Roll it. There's 3 of them here. Remember, there's 2 of the big black ones and the one with the laser sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Perminator.
We got corgi react in the chat.
So Alan, is this a cat or a cyber?
You're running. That sounds very cat.
Okay, so that's 2 failures.
Oh no.
So yes, I do start chasing the laser pointer.
You chase the laser pointer, and that's where we see one of the big black dogs just bound and grab.
Do we hear this from further down the corridor as we emerge?
You hear the bark, 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 and then the yowl of a cat. And then the barking fades into the distance as you see them run away.
With a cat?
Yes, 2 big dogs.
Run,
one of them
run.
carrying a cat. One of the big dogs pausing in the corridor to block your path. And the one, the battle corgi turns, glares down the corridor, and then seems to do something. You see the ammunition bandolier on there, the like cannon change, and there's a dunk, and then a smoke grenade fills the corridor.
I'm going to go into full war reporter mode. My hat has now changed into like a little army hat. And I'm just charging into the danger instead of away from it.
Cool. Terminator?
I am legging it towards these dogs.
Schrodinger?
I want to do like a leap towards the dog. And then when I
Which
land,
dog?
the one that's blocking our path.
Cool. So you're going for the one that's blocking our path. Which one are you going for, Terminator?
I'll be going for the one that has Cheshire.
Does that leave the Corgo for me?
It does leave the Corgo tank.
That's fine. I have a feeling he's maybe got some smarts to him.
Cool. Can you all roll it?
Gathering evidence.
I have.
This is just for chasing.
Yeah.
It's chasing, or it's whatever you're planning to do to that.
One
Okay, I'll go
success.
for 2 then.
You've got tail, you've got it's 2 dice.
Press pass.
1. Louis?
2 successes.
Cool. What did you roll there? Was that?
I rolled gathering evidence, cyber, and press pass because I'm going to interview this.
Don't get to roll 2 skills.
Ah, shit. Well, of the 3 I rolled, there were 2 6. I'll re-roll. I'll just roll 2. 1 success.
Cool. So everyone got 1 success, which is amazing, because that means it's a sprawl of partial successes. Perminator dives into the fog, running, bounding after the giant dog carrying treasure. You catch up with it, but not catch it, and there's this down the corridors. Obviously, it goes around a corner fast. Its claws biting into the concrete floor, and Perminator has to sort of bounce off the wall to actually go around the corner quite as quickly because, let's say, steering isn't the strong suit. Schrodinger leaps through the air towards the one who was blocking the corridor, and you land on them.
Does that mean they're dead?
No, because they're a lot bigger than you.
You're riding a noble steed.
You are exactly riding a steed who's not obeying your instructions.
That's okay.
Bluey,
I have plans.
you come out of the fog face to face. You're sneaking through the fog, and this red beam of light comes through the fog of the laser sight. And then there's this hold still.
I take my hat, get a little kiss, and I look at the guy and I go, fetch. And I frisbee my hat.
Roll it.
Okay,
Definitely one for the stuff.
one for...
Yeah, 3 dice. Just roll it. It's too cool. Fetch.
2 successes.
Nice. We'll do everyone's rolls and then come back to everyone's narration. Schrodinger, you're riding a giant black dog that's really not happy about that and appears to be about to kind of basically do a really ugly dive roll to get you off.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I plug my tail into his collar and try and hack him so I can control him.
Roll it.
Hack.
That's 2 successes.
Nice. Perminator.
And as I do this, I say, it's time for walkies.
Fetch. Walkies. Perminator. You've got a hard act to follow there.
Oh no! Oh no!
Apologies to all the dog lovers in the chat.
No apologies, you're watching a Cybercat one-shot. You knew what you were coming to.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna try and chase this dog to a point where it gets kind of caught at a dead end. And then kind of yell, I'll sort of yell, not at the dog, but into the air, like, claws out, boys. This puppy needs P-trained. And then hope for all the other cats to come out.
Roll it. So that's summon cat gang.
Succeed,
Tail
because
whips. That's 3 dice.
Congrats, Emily, on actually using your character's catchphrase.
Well, no, my exact catchphrase was claws out, boys, this kitten needs litter trained, so I had to adjust it slightly for a dog. But it
please succeed on this because it'll be beautiful.
3 successes,
Yes!
baby!
Yes!
So we'll start with the 2s and then come to the climactic 3.
Well,
Schrodinger, your dog sort of, and yeah, what do you do with it? What's the orders? Is it just send it off somewhere, sit?
now I'm just using the dog to like charge off towards where the other 2 are to go help.
Right. So you have a noble steed.
Just like a steed. Yeah.
Cool. As you hack into these things, you realize where you guys are cybernetically enhanced cats, these are to a much greater extent just robots.
Okay.
They're modeled heavily on dogs, but there isn't nearly as much was dog in there as there is was cat in you. Except, of course, for the battle corgi.
Oh, cool.
Baby.
What were you doing to
It's
the
a
battle
good...
corgi? Fetch. Where did you send it with your fetch throw?
You missed it perfectly. Is there like...
I mean, there's
An
some
opening.
stairs. It's got very little legs.
Oh my god, yes. Yeah. I just kissed my hat. You did well. Yeet.
Fire rolls off, bounces off a wall, and disappears down the stairs towards the basement. The battle corgi excitedly chases after it. Yip, 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 down the stairs. Sometime later, there'll be a shot of it going, "Ugh!" as it's slowly, laboriously climbing back up, little corgi legs carrying, well, artillery.
Now we need to get
I will
back
say
in
there's
time
something-
to play fetch again.
There's something adorable about the fact that it's this little Scottish full munchkin cat which really can't do stairs either. And it's like, what's our greatest shared enemy? Stairs.
Stairs.
So
Terminator.
after that, I'm just going to say, oh wait, I'm not here, right? Yeah.
Well, no, you're currently clutched in the teeth of the dog that of the dog bot that Terminator has done whatever to. What have you done? 3 successes is you do what you want to achieve and more. What happens?
Sick. So he says, claws out, boys, this puppy needs pee trained. And you just see cats appearing from like around the corner and from vents in the ceiling and hopping down.
Are they all like snapping fingers? like jets.
Have you spotted the musical Theatre Kids yet?
And yeah, he just he hisses and all the cats copy the hiss. And they're basically trying to intimidate this dog enough for him to drop Cheshire.
Yep.
And then once Cheshire has kind of like ran off, he'll sort of say to those just like, dinner time. And then he'll walk off and all the cats will just deal with the dog.
So you know how we were talking earlier about how all the cats were going slightly dark, but the Terminator was ultimately the darkest? You have just secured that.
Thank you. You just see you see all these cats running at the dog, and you see amongst the crowd, you see the whips just kind of swaying slightly as they walk through the crowd and off down the corridor.
So after that, I'm going to say to Louis, saying, it wasn't the hat, it was how you wore it.
Oh.
Thanks, it was a hat.
Don't bring wholesome into my terrifying moment.
Behind you, there's just
That's
this
fucking me.
yowling and meowing from the cats as they swarm over where the dog was, the slowly shrinking mound.
I'll quickly mound back, saying to the others, let's finish freeing the cats, and then let's finish this.
Standing in the corridor outside the cat cage room is the intern, just kind of shocked, frozen by this tableau of mayhem.
Yeah, another cigarette comes out. Hey kid, you ever heard of being a whistleblower?
Roll it.
Cyber, press, gather evidence? No, I only get one of them. Anything else?
Cyber press, and you set this up. Well, we know he's a friend, so yeah.
2 successes.
Cool. Yeah, you can.
Bet it'll pay you more than this gig.
Well, yeah, they don't even pay minimum wage.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the whole point, is they don't pay you anything, and never really just being a whistleblower, but you get like paid in respect, and like it's the
Yeah,
whole thing.
because he's an unpaid intern, has been for years.
It wouldn't be a Geas game if we didn't rip on capitalism.
Hey, it's Cyberpunk, right?
Yep.
So I think he'll rapidly help you let the other cats out. And as soon as the other cats are out, they're clearly not under control anymore. They're free.
I'm just going to give this intern a handshake very professionally. And slip him my business card at the same time.
He looks slightly baffled as to where the business card came from, but we just don't want to answer.
Yeah,
that.
we don't know. Now that he doesn't have his hat on, you know it's coming from definitely not under the hat. But
Nature's
we still don't question it.
pocket.
I'm going to go get the chew toy.
Yep, it's yours. You remember it. It's still the one Sally gave you.
Oh.
Upwards and onwards.
Birds.
Okay, upstairs, the final floor. at the end of the corridor is the door, the extra fancy door labeled CEO.
Terrible.
Between here and there is the canteen and the restaurant area for the staff. Yeah.
You see the Perminator kind of looks at the CEO door and then at the canteen door and then at the CEO door and then at the canteen door, and he's like, "I'll be a sec, guys," and then you just see him walk off into the
canteen. I have
canteen.
definitely recorded this for like the outtakes that get leaked somewhere on Reddit at some point.
After we're famous.
And in there, there's various people having lunch and things, although most of them have scarpered because there's already alarms sounding because, I mean, you know, there's been explosions and car crashes and screaming.
Okay, shout out to the Hatters here in chat who said that they and their flatmate are meowing Final Countdown.
I need a clip.
Also, shout out to the Flying Scotsman who said can't permanate on an empty stomach.
Yeah.
Truth.
You've been doing a lot of perminating. You got to stock back up.
Sally.
Hat is here. If you're on the Discord, drop a clip.
And yeah, canteen. There's all the food service counters,
Yeah.
all the buffet, and the guy behind the counter, Charlie, is like, tuna.
And for the first time, you hear Big Tuna / Perminator's meow, and it is the tiniest little.
Tuna just sort of Charlie.
Tuna reaches for tuna. We have clones.
and comes out with a catering-sized tuna can, and just runs the can open around the outside of it and just plops it down on the floor in front of you.
And he just goes in for the tin of tuna and just starts wolfing it down.
Charlie will kind of come over and kneel down and offer scritches.
He'll kind of like flinch a little bit because it's been a bit, and then he'll just kind of like move forward a little bit for scritches and continue eating his tuna.
Oh.
What's this character development in my one shot?
Oh, my heart. Out of respect for the Perminator in this moment, I just turn the camera off or move it down to the floor. This is your time.
From the end of the corridor, behind the CEO door, you hear the voice of Tabitha Perina, CEO of VT.
Does she wear like those businesswoman heels?
Of course. Somewhere between classic cliched businesswoman and Corella DeVille. What? They've escaped.
We got an umbrage on our hands, lads.
So what's that?
An umbrage on her hands.
Just umbrage on our hands. Sorry, my internet's lagging slightly, so I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's cool. You wouldn't escape, would you, my pretties? And you hear the meowing of her pack of elite, well-trained, obedient without override, enhanced cats. None of this big, heavy equipment for them. No, it's all wired reflexes and razor claws and laser eyes.
The camera then transitions from these beautiful cats in the corner to Louis just sitting there hacking up a hairball from the amount of cigarettes that he smokes.
Oh, the hairball has a couple of sort of cigarette filters in it that suggest.
Oh boy! Wait, what?
Schrodinger's just kind of like, you're nasty.
Escher is just gonna fade and be ready for an ambush for the upcoming fight.
I go back.
Montage.
Louis gonna go back into his sweet little kitten persona, and just sit there
There's the clicking of sharp heels in the corridor. Click, 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 click. And there approaches the CEO's PA, dressed in a slightly cheaper version of exactly the same outfit as the CEO. In that way that people do tend to do. It's kind of terrifying.
Definitely long fake nails.
Oh, very much. Perfectly manicured. Ah, the CEO will see you now. Now. He says, making it clear that this was not a request.
Like right now, or like
right now. Are they coming? Yes, yes, miss, they're coming. You wouldn't want to disappoint her, would you?
Fuck it.
And I already disappoint everyone else, so I'm
mid.
There's this tiny cat and it's just like, fuck it. It starts walking.
Cheshire, you are stealth somewhere?
Yep.
Cool. So the three of you visibly head along?
Terminator will
already
hesitate,
expecting
to be
us.
fair. Terminator will like stop eating his tuna and kind of like give Charlie a little boop. And then
I've been leaking everything and live this whole time. I need to get a pic at her face.
fair. But yeah, he'll then come out from the kitchen with tuna all over his mouth. Like all over it. Little bits up on top of his head as well, because he just got too excited.
It looks like he's got eyebrows now.
It does. He has little tuna eyebrows.
On the
moustache.
rusty chrome skin.
Has anyone
Yeah.
seen that meme of that cat that just accidentally face plants its food and it just pulls it out and it's just like sticky?
Also, fun fact, the technical term for when cats boop you with their head is called bunting.
Oh,
Okay, he bunts Charlie and leaves a little tuna stain on Charlie and then heads off.
that's
to the corner.
grim.
Charlie will boop you back.
That's happened this game.
Better not disappoint the boss. She's the boss, says Charlie. And our heroes head to the CEO's office.
At some point, Louise found the time to get changed into like a collar with like a tie and one of those like not pinstripe like the kind of checkered like pale blue and white shirts that's been through too many washes, and a brown trench.
How is there a wardrobe department in this?
The question
are
is
you
not
doing
how,
it?
but why isn't there?
True. Schrödinger, you doing any prep
Schrödinger-
before the final showdown?
Schrödinger's not really afraid. He's like, "Do you know what? It's come to this. She knows we're coming. There's not much else I can do. I'm just gonna go,
Hey,
see what happens. I'm pretty sturdy. I'm pretty strong. I'll be okay."
Schrödinger, can you boost our feed? I don't know tech terms. Can you
Signal boost?
like,
Yeah, sure.
signal boost?
Is there any particular audience you're trying to get? Is there any particular reaction you're trying to get by boosting, like practical in this situation reaction?
I don't know, Amy.
I mean, the attacks, the armed combat department of the SPCA. I mean, what are you trying to get here?
Yeah, let's go to all the animal charity folks. Let's go to all the vegans. Back to
PETA.
Jonathan. No, PETA don't exist in the future because they're problematic.
Yes, cool. Roll it.
The liberal parties.
This sounds
Am
like
I rolling it?
Yeah, this.
Is it 3 or 2?
Parties.
It'll be 3 because.
The world.
That's 3 successes.
Oh my!
Every screen gets taken over.
Every screen gets taken over, and they will come, which means there will be backup.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Oh Lord.
You didn't know the SPCA had an attack helicopter rescue wing, but apparently they do.
I guess I'm to go stall until they come in.
I've got a generic takeaway coffee cup. It's brown. There's like a little white holder, but no brand. It's cold.
The CEO's office. The PA will greet you at the door and let you in.
put it on the PA's desk.
Treasure, are you still in the event somewhere?
Yeah, I'm basically following them into the office, but through the vents, so I can pounce on the CEO at a strategic time.
Cool.
I'll have communicated to all of you I need a confession from the CEO before you'll kill her.
Cool. So you're prepped in that position. The three of you come in, and the CEO sits there in a hugely tall, of course, chair facing away from you. And as you come in, just swivels around, and there is a perfect white cat on their lap. Got to hit all the Bond trademarks.
Red pointed nails stroking through its fur.
Absolutely. And there's another cat, one of these sort of dark Siamese ninja cats around her neck, and others scattered around the room. Ah, so good of you to join me. You know, I had great hopes for the four. There's one missing of you. Hopes that you would be the salvation of this company, a force for vengeance, a proof that this project is the best, that cats indeed can take over the world.
Terminator chuckles and is just like, we are a force of vengeance.
Not vengeance against me, vengeance on those who have wronged us.
Haven't you wronged us?
That was simply a necessity to help you, to give you the capability.
What's her name's Tabitha?
Dr. Tabitha Perina.
Dr. Perina, or Tabitha, if you will. And no, I don't care if you mind the difference. How would you feel if you found out sitting in this room right now that every single screen across the world is listening to you, the star of your own destruction?
But it wasn't the way I intended to reveal this program. I intended to reveal this by showing that we could be the greatest corporation on this world, that you, cats, could take over, could dominate us.
Your dogs were quite an interesting bunch. The K7s or whatever. They've already gotten out in the streets.
Brutal, effective, simple.
We'd say whatever the opposites of brutal, effective, and simple are, since they prove to be none of those. But sure.
You are subtle, clever, elegant. The perfect weapons for an elegant age.
Basically the lightsabers.
You guys bored yet? Because I'm just hearing same old, again and again and again.
We can work together. We can make VET great. Your skills, your expertise, we can be powerful, rich.
Is this a kind of office where there's like a fur rug or something?
Yes, there is one over near the cat tree and near the other side table on the little sort of the side nook where the breakout area is.
I let my lighter slip open down.
You're going to set fire to her rug.
Yeah.
How many cats are in the room?
You're not sure. Maybe a dozen.
Cool.
They keep moving.
I may have a horrible plan.
So I'm just going to. So when I see the lighter sort of.
Ideally, I'd set fire to her wig, but I doubt she'd let me that close.
Wearing it, yeah.
When I see the lighter drop on the rug, I take that as a signal and I make my way through the vents and say, honestly, we're not big fans of the corporate culture you have here, and pounce on Perina.
Cool, roll it.
3 successes.
Here I was just thinking that in this case, because it's a boss fight, everything's a sort of harder by a step, and you get 3 successes anyway. Land straight on her head.
I take this as a signal, and I get up my laser pointer from my head, point it at Tabitha's face and say, "Get 'em, boys," and get all the cats to jump on her.
Your gang. Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, you've got a gang as well?
No, I get her own cats, the cats in the room, to get
They're
the laser
very
pointer.
behaved.
Oh, by deceiving them with the laser pointer, because they're very obedient to her. They're loyal.
Oh.
Personally loyal.
I'd hoped to maybe burn the rug to get them out of the room, but
They're not
Hold
control
them out.
column. They don't need to be.
I mean, I could just laser her in the face.
I mean, it is a laser sight pistol. It does have that use as well.
I've got to use it at some point. I've got to have a cannon come out of my head at some point. So it's just got to happen
Cool.
now.
Roll it. Terminator.
That's 3, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Terminator, in like a moment of sort of self-control, is just going to go up to the windows and see if people are like starting to swarm outside or not yet. Like if
You can
there's
see
enough-
someone with a protest sign.
just a single person with a protest sign.
There's more
Amazing.
arriving.
Sure.
But it's keeping all the security and other people busy.
hey, guys, if there's people outside, maybe we should make an example of her.
I mean,
Hand them to
I
them.
just rolled 3 to blast her in the face.
Yeah, you rolled 3.
He's not living, it's fine.
Treasure rolled 3, but at this point, her tame cats are reacting, and they're going for all of you, and they're going fast. These things move like ninjas.
So anyway, I started blasting.
I mean, there's gunfire. There is Treasure has just landed on her head. What are you doing, Permanent?
In chaos, I'm gonna filing cabinets are my priority. I gotta get me them files.
Cool. Before she deletes them all. Yep. Well, her laptop's still biometrically unlocked because the moment she's away from it for too long, it'll lock. Terminator?
Terminator will try and deal with the very obedient cats. He's not going to try and kill these ones because he does not have the same hatred towards other cats as he does the 2 legs, but he will try and like he'll yell for backup and see if any of his gang friends are like finished dog and can come give him some even numbers.
And finish their dog. Roll it and roll it.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
You're using your gang, Perminator. You've got your reputation therefore. So yeah, you're going for intimidation and quelling, not murder. So yeah, totally. 3. Louis, gathered evidence.
Tier 3 for me.
Cyber sensors, I think, work for reading information out of files really quickly. You don't have the kind of hacking skills to just duplicate the whole thing that Schrodinger has.
So that's
find
gather
the
evidence,
key bits.
cyber senses, and cyber in general.
Yeah, because you always roll 1 die to start with.
Fuck, 1 success.
Cool.
I'll probably get hurt, which I'm okay with because I've not.
Most of the files are on her laptop, and it's encrypted and all that annoying digital stuff.
Louis will just focus on that. If he takes damage, he takes damage. It's important that people get the information.
Cool. So one of the her defense cats will just leap on you, and it's this shaking rake of claws, and they hiss at you. Back, stray. Go back.
Louis just is
Gutter.
sitting with his eyes shut, and he's tuned into this system, and he's making sure it gets out to people, and he's just thinking of Jonathan.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Perminator, you got 2.
Yep.
Horde of cat gang. But there's a thing about a cat gang, it's like bringing a rebel versus a group of professional soldiers. You can delay things, but you're not going to defeat them with that. And they are
was
fast and agile and coordinated. And it's nasty. And they're not playing nicely. With all their sort of alley cats. Slice. Gutter snipe. Slice. It's harsh.
boys.
Schrodinger.
Mm-hmm.
Just gunshot to the face, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. That kind of hurts.
Straight between the eyes.
And you see a whole chunk of her face just peel off, exposing the metal underneath.
What? No.
It was robots the whole time.
Jason?
Okay, so now that we know she's a robot, I'm going to now search the body for a USB terminal and say, okay, new plan.
I'm currently being yeeted on whilst
You're
showing her
not
laptop.
great
to
at this
Will.
hacking stuff, Cheshire, are you?
No, but I'm trying to find a port to help.
Schrödinger. You're setting up Schrödinger.
Yeah.
Yep, cool.
Right, so is that 2 for cat burglaring on this person whom I'm wailing on?
Yep.
And is this cyber?
Yes.
That's 1 success then.
Cool. You find that cat port. Cat 5, I presume. I'm surprised I haven't used that yet, but that is what network jacks are called. But she grabs you, stray, gutter cats, and you recognize exactly the same voices as the Sony's. And she tosses you across the room. But you can see that you've torn open a jacket and there's a network jack exposed there, Schrödinger, that you can see. Terminator, what are you doing?
He is whipping real good at these asshole robot cats.
So you're taking it from gentle to not gentle, right?
Oh, yeah, no, if they're hurting my buds, then like
they're not robot cats. These are real cats.
I'm ride or die for my boys.
All elegant, purebred cats.
Oh, ew.
Louis is not looking in a pretty position.
Yep. Louis looking in a bad way there. There's one just mauling Louis while they try and download stuff from the laptop.
Yeah, no, I'm ride or die for my boys, so I'm gonna go for the one that's like mauling at Louis.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cheshire's going to hiss at them in the meantime, saying, I've drunk from puddles that are deeper than your gene pool.
Could I get a 4th one because my buddies have caused such chaos in the room?
Go on.
What do we got? Tail whip, reputation.
I helped set up the situation by burning.
Yeah, go for it. There's smoke everywhere. It's chaos.
3, baby.
Cool. And Schrödinger, were you hacking?
Yep. Just upload everything through my cam.
That's 3, bubby.
Nice. So we'll work our way round to Schrödinger. So as Cheshire gets thrown across the room and hits the wall and bounces down to the floor, I presume you pick yourself up and will be hitting back in, but we can see the grin of triumph as Schrödinger's hacking tail plugs into Dr. Tabitha Perina. And we see the little progress bar start up across Schrödinger's eyes. The Perminator leaps onto the table and grabs the ninja cat that's been mauling poor Louis and just grabs them away. And then, taking the momentum of that, starts to make a clean sweep of the room.
Louis was on last pause.
Her gang finally coordinated, moving like one sort of well-oiled wild pack, and it's quick, and you've got all the sort of ninja cats corralled up the top of their cat tree, meowing in a kind of fearful way as their kind of focus and concentration has turned to fear.
Hey, Schrödinger, once that hits 100, let me know and I can leak it.
Ding! At which point you've got control of the vessel. And as someone has actually correctly guessed in the chat, it's a mecha suit with a cat inside.
What?
As you detach the whole thing, and it just the head just unrolls like the ones in Men in Black, and there is a absolutely Crufts perfect Siamese cat.
I just blast the cat.
Made me grab my bloody ears.
Roll it.
Me?
Yeah, well, you said you blast them.
Yeah, might as well.
Hasta la vista. Casta la vista, baby.
2 successes. And I'm just gonna be like, looks like you just ran out of lives.
Woo!
Lady
Please,
Tabitha, the
I'll
body
leave.
collapses down to the floor as a pile of pieces of robot, and the true Tabitha, perches on the cat tree, scuffed and battered from the gunshot. It's like, you can't do this. This was all for us to take over. We deserve it. We're the right ones. We're the right breeding. It's ours. It's all
I'm going to turn
ours.
around and just go, shut up. And just fucking 25 hertz per and stunt him. Just anything violent I have on me. Louis not a violent boy, but he's done.
Roll up.
Because of the chaos that's been set up.
In similar situations, you have a stun tail and soporific per and the base dice. So yes, 4.
And this is cyber.
I don't know. Is a Fisher Smalling more a cat thing? Is this coming from your robot or your cat heart?
I think
For
he's
you,
just.
there's very little stat difference, so it's kind of.
I think he's just gonna shut her up because deep down he knows you got her hander in to the authorities. Justice has to be served. There has to be compensation for the victims, for the families. This isn't just a story that he's breaking.
Cyber then.
2.
The fur flies, and it's not yours. It's not pretty. She's beaten. Terminator?
Terminator will kind of.
We got to turn her in.
Signature lick his paws, and then hop up onto the desk and just kind of be like, we could just chuck her out the window.
Isn't that Louis Perot's thing?
I mean, if you put her on the edge, I can push her off.
Oh, sorry, that's Schrodinger's thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, we're better than that.
Are we?
The Terminator kind of looks around the room at like the terrified cats at the top of their cat tower and the fur and mess all through the room, and you're just like, are we?
Oh, go on then. I'll open a window. Turn the cameras off. We don't need to see this. Like, doesn't need to see this.
Yeah, we'll kind of push her towards the edge and then just look at Schrodinger.
Just
and
each of us, everyone, one.
Before we push, Terminator's just like, let's see if she lands on her feet. And then
Yes. I push with my legs, and afterwards I like kick a few times.
I light a cigarette and just go, life sucks, and send it down after her.
Presumably from all the machinery destruction we've seen, we see the aftermath of this as our heroes leap out of the building and walk away across the garden outside. And because they're action heroes, behind them, the building explodes in flames. And we get the backlit shot of action heroes running away from an exploding building.
It's the old man Tom and the piggy tail girl and Jonathan and fuck the Jellicles.
The Jellicles were already here. The old man Tom is like, what? I don't understand. This is strange. And Jonathan's just like, scoop of the decade. This is amazing. This is, oh my God, amazing. And Sally is just, stripes.
Oh.
And I'm going to drop the chew toy that I rescued from the building into Sally's hands.
Oh, pet. The Jellicle gang will gather around Terminator, their new cat overlord.
Emily, you're a shoo-in to go to the Heaviside Lair, my dude.
The Terminator will kind of like do the little head rub thing cats do, but will then kind of give them a look and kind of walk through the crowd of jellicles and head over to Charlie and just kind of like rub his head against Charlie's leg instead and just kind of stand there just like
Charlie, you'll scritch. I haven't got any tuna, it's all on fire, sorry. Actually, no, they reach into a pocket and produce one small tin of tuna.
I'm going to jump onto Jonathan's shoulders and just nuzzle in.
Scritch.
And take one of the 2 cups of unbranded takeaway coffee. That's actually a reasonable temperature this time.
Nice. Schrodinger, Liz, safety and success for you.
I don't know, like Schrodinger's kind of happy being on his own and just like popping in and out, bopping about. He probably goes and sees Tom for a bit. He'll probably sleep there tonight and then be on his way tomorrow.
You just can't keep Schrodinger in a box.
Terminator's gonna ask Schrodinger if he wants to head the jellicles for him.
Schrodinger both is and isn't domesticated.
Oh yes.
And that's it, lads. That's the joke.
That's the stream.
Roll those credits. Thank you all for a fantastic game.
Thank you for running. That was wonderful.
Thank you, Alan.
Great fun. Thank you.
So happy my first Alan game was recorded.
We all need to watch
probably
this
my
back.
only Alan game because I feel like I'm very irritating to Geas.
Thank you to our wonderful followers who stuck with us for over 4 hours and through tech difficulties.
And to everyone who donated as well. To Maggie, thank you so much for that.
This was so much fun.
There were a couple of
Go
donations we missed because we were having technical difficulties at the time. But thank you to the Hatters here for your generous donation of £20, and also to Duncan who donated £10. Your support really means a lot to us and will go a long way in helping people who are living with cancer as well as their families.
Quick shout out to my siblings, Taylor and Riley. Thank you for sticking around so long. Go to bed.
Shout out to both Caitlin and John. Also, please go to bed, the 2 of you. Like, I know you're adults and both older than me, but still, go get some sleep. For those of you who are new to Geas, welcome. This is the kind of chaos you can expect. Thank you for coming along. We know this is an interesting Freshers Week and it's maybe a bit scary. We hope to see you at the Freshers One-Shots. Follow all our socials and we keep you up to date with information. And hopefully, you've all had a bit of escapism. I want to say a thank you as well to also everyone, all the players, the GM, Sophie, Vivek, the whole committee, everyone who put this together. This was a lot of work. As much as it was fun, it was a lot of work to put in. So give yourselves a round of applause because you all did a great job.
Also, thank you to Amy for taking my dumb little doodle and turning it into a sick-ass digital drawing for promo, because that was also sick.
This was like, let's do a live stream, and now we have a full professional, everything. And
we got so close to 50 followers. It just means we're going to have to do a sequel.
Yeah.
If you would like to play a one-shot much like this, you can do our one-shots on the 19th of September at 6 p.m. over on our Discord. There is a link to it down below in the description. You can get to know more people from Geas. You can have a chat with us. There's most likely going to be more stuff going on in the Discord. Hopefully we get to do a stream again. Thank you again to everyone.
If you have any unanswered cat questions, we're all procrastinating. The 4 of us at least are procrastinating.
Procrastinating.
You managed to avert the cataclysm.
Procrastinating. Feel free to message us on Discord because we're here and it's good to get some chat going.
Yeah.
For sure.
Also, some of the more mundane announcements. So as the others have already mentioned, you can follow us on social media. We are Geas Edinburgh on Facebook, at Geas Edinburgh on Twitter. And if you go to geas.org.uk, that's our website. And if you go to geas.org.uk/Discord, it will take you to a shortcut to our Discord channel, which you can join and be part of the conversation. You'll find all the links right below the stream page if you go onto our Twitch channel. Also, some quick credits. The music used during the interval was Cyberpunk City by Tabletop Audio. Shout out to Tabletop Audio. This is all Creative Commons music that they put out, which is great for ambience during tabletop gaming. Check them out, they're wonderful. The background image that I used for this was Twin Towers by Lydia Walterova, licensed under Creative Commons. And the subtitles were provided by webcaptioner.com, which is a fantastic online subtitling service, which, as we've all discussed, has somewhat moderate success, but it is a useful tool that is making a lot of these online events more accessible. So we really appreciate the work that they do. And yeah, thanks to Sophie for moderating chat and running tech and dealing with all the technical difficulties behind the scenes, because none of this would have happened if she wasn't going around putting out fires as quickly as she did.
We will leave you all to enjoy reveling in the chaos we have created.
One more
After
thing.
Robin has made a statement.
If you would like to watch this again or make someone else watch it, it's up for 2 days on here and possibly will be on our YouTube channel. We'll probably announce it. Yes, 2 weeks, not 2 days.
2 weeks on here and get them to follow the channel. Thank you. It means the world.
If you want to fall asleep to us making cat puns.
Yeah, this is definitely falling asleep audio for sure.
If you want to put us on mute and see what happens in the text channels.
Yeah, I mean, someone said in the chat that like a fun way of watching this would just be to mute us and just read the subtitles and see how that goes, because it would be a completely different story, which would be amazing.
And thank you again to Dana Cameron for writing Cyberkittens Project Bakanoko, the game that inspired this, and Hamish Cameron, who wrote Sprawl, and John Harper and all the rest of the indie community who have made the kind of games that make this easy to pick up and run.
Okay,
thank you all for arranging this.
Yeah. And we will hopefully see you for a sequel, or perhaps a squeakquel at some point too. With
we'll at least see you on Saturday for sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Take care.
Yep. Bye guys.
Bye.